Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
I hope everyone had a great weekend.
Yes?
Yes? Okay. Do you all feel refreshed today?
Yes.
All right, very good. Thank you all for being punctual. Last week, the state finished off with a witness, and is the state ready to proceed today?
State's ready, Your Honor.
All right, before we do that, let me remind members of the jury, thank you all for your attention. I see that some of you are taking notes. That's great. But remember that those are just to aid your memory, okay? And if your notes conflict with what another juror remembers to be the testimony, then go with your memory. This is just advice that I'm giving you. No juror's notes trumps another juror's memory. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So if it helps you, yes, by all means, continue to take your notes. But bear in mind that as you're taking notes, you may be missing some testimony that's ongoing. So I trust you to use your good judgment and common sense to listen to the testimony. Be attentive, please. All right, next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Agent Randy.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Agent White. Will you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Randall White, RANDALLWHITE.
Agent White, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the FBI in Dallas.
How long have you been with the FBI?
11 years.
And in what capacity do you work for the FBI?
I'm a special agent.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about your training and education and background in order to become an FBI agent?
Yes, all agents attend the FBI Academy at Quantico, where we learn all sorts of different law enforcement techniques and investigative methods. Before that, I was in the Marine Corps. I served as a, a special intelligence communicator.
So you've been with the FBI for 11 years. How long have you been assigned to the Dallas office?
6 years.
Now, are you familiar or are you aware of a top 10 most wanted fugitive by the FBI, known by the name as Yaser Said?
Yes, I am.
Were you aware that he had an active federal warrant for unlawful flight from prosecution by the FBI?
Yes.
Now, do you know an agent by the name of Lori Gibbs, Mario Verna, and Daniel Jimenez?
I know them all, yes.
Do you know that they were the lead case agents at certain periods of during the investigation and ultimate apprehension of Yaser Said?
Yes, I know that.
Now, back in August of 2020, were you assigned to a specific task force within the Dallas office of the FBI?
Yes, the Violent Crime Task Force.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about what that task force is assigned or what they do?
Yes, the task force is made up of FBI agents and local detectives from state agencies and other cities in Dallas and surrounding areas. And we investigate all sorts of violent crimes, including bank robberies, robbery crews, homicides, sex assaults, fugitives, and various other violent crimes.
Did you have any specific tasks or responsibilities in that particular task force?
I cover a lot of different things, but I'm primarily the bank robbery coordinator.
Now, with regards to the task force itself, is it comprised of multiple FBI agents?
Yes, it is.
And is it fair to say that you all work together or assist each other in your various investigations?
Absolutely, yes.
Now, in August of 2020, do you recall who the lead case agent was?
At that time, the lead case agent was Dan Jimenez.
Okay, and do you know, Mario Verna, was he still with the Dallas office back in August of 2020?
Yes, he was the supervisor over the Violent Crime Task Force.
All right. Now, In August of 2020, were you asked or did you participate in the investigation and ultimate apprehension of Yaser Said?
I did, yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about what your role was in ultimately apprehending the defendant?
In early August of 2020, Mario Verna asked me to get involved in the case. Up to that point, I hadn't been assigned to the case and only knew about it a little bit through passing, through other people talking about it on the squad. And so I met with Dan Jimenez and got caught up on some of the things that have been going on with the investigation, and then I led an effort to conduct surveillance on family members in an attempt to locate Mr. Said.
Can you tell us who those family members were?
Yes, it was primarily, actually it was almost exclusively Yasin and Islam.
And Yasin is, how is he related to the defendant?
Yasin is his brother and Islam is his son.
Yasin is the defendant's brother, Islam is the defendant's son.
Correct,
Just
yes.
to clarify. All right. Now, when it came to sort of surveillance of these two individuals, what if anything, were you doing to kind of keep an eye on these two folks?
Early on, I was told that they had been successful at using or detecting our surveillance in the past, but before my time. And so we were a little concerned about doing traditional vehicle surveillance on the family. So we did some records checks through license plate readers and to determine where their cars had been seen or spotted by different cameras. And then ultimately we used a camera and an airplane.
Okay, so let's back up for just a second. Were you aware as to whether or not Yaser Said had any children?
Yes, I was, yes.
Can you tell us what their names were?
I honestly can't recall all their names. I know Dalal Said was someone of great interest to us at that time.
And that was his daughter?
It was, yes.
Does Amina Said also sound familiar?
Yes, yes. Amira
Was that his other daughter?
It is his other daughter. Yes.
Were you made aware that Amira and Dalal owned property in Justin, Texas?
I was, yes.
Specifically 712 West 1st Street in Justin, Texas?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And what, if anything, did you do with that information?
So we did a drive-by one morning to see if what we could just see about the house, what it looked like in real time, rather than just Google photos. And we observed that there was trash on the curtilage of the property at that time.
And did you or any member of your team coordinate with the folks that typically pick up the trash for the city to obtain that trash from the curb?
We did. We made contact with that company as they were actively picking up trash. We identified ourselves, asked them to pick that trash up and provide it to us directly, and they did do that. Was there anything of useful note contained within the trash? I don't think so. Ultimately, the trash that was out on the curb, there was like a chair, some sort of office chair. And there was also several large plastic bags. We opened those and they were full of leaves and other like trash litter it was a kind of a busy street, and there was like fast food containers and stuff like that that looked like they had been weathered and run over and things like that. Did you make any other efforts to do any surveillance on 712 West 1st Street in Justin? We did. We decided to put a camera on that house after we had observed through license plate readers, we had observed that Islam's and Yasin's vehicles had both been observed at that residence by the license plate readers. So we went ahead and decided to put a camera up at that time. So you had information that Yasin and Islam's vehicles were going to that property? Yes. And so once this camera was put up, was it recording 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? It was, yes. Do you recall about when that camera would have been put up? I believe it was on August 17th, 2020. So sometime in mid-August? Yes. All right, and when it came to surveilling or watching this video feed, were y'all watching this live? During the daytime hours, I watched it continuously. I had an iPad, and I would sit at my desk and while I was working other cases and continue to observe. And anytime there was movement, I would see what was going on. And then At night, we would let it run, and then the next day we would usually go back and review anything that had happened overnight.
Did you ever observe in that video feed Yasin or Islam Said go to 712 West First Street?
We observed them go into that residence multiple times.
What kind of vehicle did they typically drive when they would go to the house?
It was a Toyota RAV4.
Was there anything unusual about the back of the vehicle?
I don't recall anything unusual about the vehicle.
Okay, no worries. Now, when it came to observing Yasin and Islam Said, did you observe them enter the residence?
Yes,
Did you observe them exit the residence?
I did, yes.
Outside of Yasin and Islam Said entering and exiting that house in Justin, did you observe anyone else enter or exit the home?
Negative.
All right, now, did you ever observe Yasin or Islam Said bring items into the home or remove items from the home?
Yes, they brought in groceries. It would appear to be groceries in grocery bags, case of water, stuff like that. We had watched them bring those things in, and then several times we also watched them bring out what appeared to be trash bags and then put them into the vehicle.
So they didn't place those trash bags on the curtilage or the curb to be picked up by the trash company?
That's correct, and we found that odd, especially because there was a trash bin located on the outside of the house that they would walk past to put the trash into the vehicle.
Okay. Do you recall about how long you and your team watched this video feed from the time that camera was installed?
I believe it was 9 days.
Now, do you recall on? You talked about how during the evening hours, obviously you were not working during the evening hours, so that would be, I'm assuming, after 5 p.m. until the early mornings of 8 or 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I was pretty excited about the case, so I did watch it in the evenings quite a bit too, but obviously not all night long.
Okay. Did you observe anything during the evening hours of any kind of movement or Yasin Said or Islam Said entering or exiting the residence?
In the review the following day, yes, we did see other things. We would see them come and go. Sometimes they would come and go in the evenings anyway, so they wouldn't leave until after dark. And I would watch that. But the day after, when we would do the review of the previous night's video, we often saw lights coming on and off and what appeared to be a person walking behind a backlit in front of a curtain.
And did you have any reason to believe that it was Yasin or Islam Said that were walking back and forth?
No, because we had seen them leave the residence.
Now, so ultimately, so you told us that you continued to observe through this video feed, this live video feed. Did you guys conduct any other type of surveillance on Yasin and Islam Said or this property?
We conducted surveillance on them at an address in Euless as well. Matter of fact, specifically while we put up the camera, we did do that. We kept eyes on them to make sure that they weren't at the residence at the time we did it. And then we observed them with a plane while they drove.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Let's go to specifically to August 25th, 2020. Prior to August 25th, 2020, did your team conduct any air surveillance on Islam and Yasin Said?
We attempted to, and I can't remember exactly how many times, but we did set up, I would say, we would set up a surveillance on the residence, and in an attempt to catch them bringing trash out so that we could collect that trash. And we weren't successful on our first try because they just didn't bring out trash, I believe. But we would set up in a way that they couldn't observe our cars. We wouldn't get our cars anywhere within eye shot of them. And we let the plane do the work for us, and it would take them away. When they didn't have trash, we usually let them go without any additional surveillance. But on the 25th, we did observe them bring trash out, put it into the RAV4, and depart the residence. And at that time, the plane stayed with them.
And so what does that mean that the plane stayed with them?
The plane went from flying circles over the house to observing them. They still fly, I don't know exactly, I've never been up in the plane, but I believe they fly like pretty big circles around the vehicle as it's moving to stay with it. And so it produced a video which showed it from different angles as it was going, and it drove to South Lake, Texas.
How are the pilots aware of what kind of vehicle they were looking for if they're so high in the air?
That's a great question. So we put them on the residence. They can see the residence and they see the car there, and it never leaves their sight. So they are able to maintain specifically a camera stuck directly on that vehicle. So continuously throughout the entire movement, there's not a break in an observation of it.
Now, on August 25th, 2020, do you recall Yasin and Islam Said going to the residence around 4 p.m.?
Yes,
Did they leave the residence?
they did.
Do you recall it being about 8:45?
I do recall that.
And at that time, did you or any of your members of your team observe Islam and Yasin Said remove items from the residence?
Yes, through a camera, we were able to observe them leave with 2 bags. They look like grocery bags that were tied closed.
Did air surveillance continue to monitor Yasin and Islam Said as they left 712 West 1st Street?
They did, yes.
And you talked about South Lake, Texas. Did that vehicle contain that had Islam and Yasin Said? Did that vehicle ultimately end up in a parking lot in South Lake, Texas?
It did, at a Panera Bread.
Okay, and are you aware of what, if anything, Yasin and Islam Said did with those grocery bags?
Yes. As the plane was working, they were calling out over the radio to us their observations. We no longer on the ground had a visual of them at that time. We were FBI agents in the air did, and they would relay to us over the radio. As we observed them bring the bags out, put them in the rear of the car, and then as they left, our camera view, the plane gave us everything after that. They drove to South Lake. And then went to a Panera Bread parking lot where they both exited the vehicle. It looked like Islam went to another vehicle, a Suburban that we know he drives, and they both were standing outside of the vehicle right next to the Panera Bread. So the plane called that out, but as they kind of came around the building, we lost that angle on exactly what they were doing while they were standing there. But as soon as they drove off, we drove up and found those same bags.
Or did you collect those bags?
We did collect those bags.
And were those ultimately collected and then subsequently analyzed?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Now, now that you know that there's trash that's being actively removed from the residences of it and sent very miles away to South Lake, what, if anything, did you and the task force do at that point?
That night we analyzed that trash and went through the bags. And then a decision was made that we thought we had enough PC to conduct a search of the residence for his person. And we contacted our leadership, as well as the U.S. Attorney's Office and our SWAT team, and got everything in motion to conduct a search warrant arrest.
Now, when you say PC, we're talking about probable cause.
Probable cause, yes.
And probable cause is what you need to be able to get a search warrant to enter someone's home.
Yes, ma'am.
Were 2 search warrants executed, one on the Euless residence and one on the Justin residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they executed at the same time?
They were, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, now, were you present for the execution of those search warrants?
I was present at the Justin residence.
And was that on August 26, 2020?
It was, yes.
And at that time, you talked about SWAT being present. Were other members of the FBI and also the Irving Police Department present?
Yes, as well as the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And was a search warrant subsequently executed at 712 West Justin
It
Street?
was, yes.
West 1st Street, excuse me. Was the defendant apprehended at that location?
He was, yes. He came out the front.
And do you recall if he came out voluntarily or if it was a struggle to get him out of the house?
He came out voluntarily.
Now, was he ultimately taken into custody?
He was, yes.
Do you recall how you or your task force or the other agents and officers out there, how were you able to get the defendant to exit the property?
The SWAT team did what's called a surround and call out. So they surrounded the property, and then they dropped a lot of flashbangs in the backyard, which drives people away from wanting to flee out the back. We know that we had heard in the past that in Bedford he had fled potentially over a balcony. So we were concerned about him trying to escape out the back of the residence. So they put some flashbangs in the backyard, and which we think ultimately drove him out the front door.
Can you tell the jury what a flashbang is?
Yeah, it's an explosive device that's just loud and bright. It disorients people, but when it goes off in your yard, it gives you, if you're inside of a residence, it definitely gives you the impression that there's a law enforcement presence in your backyard.
And was that tactic employed before Yaser Said exited the residence?
It was, yes.
So he exited the residence, he was taken into custody, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, do you see Yaser Said here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Are you able to identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, I mean, he's wearing a suit,
What color mask is he wearing?
a blue mask.
Okay, so if co-counsel chair 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, what chair would the defendant be seated in?
5.
Please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Now, Agent White, once the defendant was taken into custody, was the search warrant executed on the property? Did y'all go into the house?
Yes, the Dallas FBI evidence response team conducted a search of that residence.
And are you aware that certain items were collected out of the residence on August 26, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And then are you aware that a second search warrant was conducted on September 3rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the reason for the second search warrant?
During the first search, our squad was, the task force was spread pretty thin between 2 residences we were dealing with, as well as multiple prisoners at that point. So, because we had taken into custody Islam Said and Yaser Said at the Euless residence. And due to that fact, we normally play a more active role in a search warrant, even when the evidence response team is there. But because we weren't there, they took photos of things and then collected items. We, upon reviewing the photos, observed that Yaser's passport had been photographed but not collected. And we thought it was important for our unlawful flight to avoid prosecution case that we get it. So a second search warrant was executed so that we could collect that passport.
Was that passport there on September 3rd, 2020?
It was not.
Was the FBI able to recover that passport?
Yes, ultimately a nephew of Yaser named Yaser Said was contacted and claimed he did have it, and then he voluntarily provided it to the FBI.
So, and there's some time between August 26th, 2020 and September 3rd, 2020, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it appear at least that someone had been in the house after the first search warrant was executed?
Yes, and they said as much that they had been in there.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Okay, so Agent 1, I'm going to show you what's previously marked as State's Exhibit 137 through 146. Do you recognize these photographs?
I do.
What are these photographs of?
These are photographs of the trash that was collected at the Panera Bread.
And this would have been on August 25th, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Any changes, alterations, or deletions to these photographs? Do these appear to be the items that y'all observed and took into custody on the 25th of August?
Yes, ma'am.
Offering State's Exhibit 137 through 146 into admissions, entering defense counsel for objections.
State's Exhibits 137 through 146 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, so what I'd like to do first, Agent White, is play some of the surveillance video that we've already talked about, and specific to State's Exhibit 253 at this time. I just may have 1 moment to set up, Your Honor.
that related with?
Agent Jimenez. Mhm. Okay. That's okay. I think yeah, usually. I think usually my people is between the desk and the console. There it is. Okay, so Agent White, so we're planning, this is marked as clip 9 for the court reporter on State's Exhibit 253, and we can see here that this is August 19th, 2020, at approximately 23:51. What time would that be in regular people time?
That's 11:51 p.m.
Okay, it's almost midnight, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so the state's going to start this clip starting at 0 seconds. Actually, Your Honor, because it's a bit dark to see, is there any way we could dim the lights for this particular portion?
And there's a monitor right there that's close to the
Okay, so at about 21 seconds, do you see a figure of a male figure across the, from the right side of the window to the left side of the window, the left window?
I did, yes.
All right, and I'm going to continue playing the video. And I'm actually at about 23 minutes, 51 seconds, excuse me, 23, 51, 45, what do we see at that point?
What appears to be a male, or a person walking from the left side of the screen to the right in the window.
So let me back up again. I'm going to start the video over from the beginning because it is a bit hard to see. And actually, all right, so I'm marking here on, at about 21 seconds, we're looking out the window, and that's where I want to draw the juror's attention to. And then again, that figure crosses the opposite way, the way that it came. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Now, thank you, Judge. That's all I needed for this clip. Thank you. Now, Agent White, specifically to this clip on August the 19th, 2020, are you aware as to whether or not Yasin or Islam Said were at the residence?
They were not at the residence at that time.
And is this nighttime?
It was, yes.
So are you, with regards to the way the camera is set up, is it able to still continue to detect visual movement despite the fact that it may be dark?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's move on to the second clip. On State's Exhibit number 253, which is marked as clip 14 for the court reporter. And so this is, just so the jurors are understanding, this is August 23rd, 2020. Now, here in this clip, could you tell the jurors if this is daytime or nighttime that we're looking at?
This is daytime. It's approximately 12:40. It's at 12:46 p.m.
Now, we see a vehicle that's in the driveway. Is that the vehicle that Yasin Said and Islam Said would typically drive when they would come to the residence?
No, they came in a Toyota RAV4, and we never saw that vehicle move at all.
During the entire duration of the 9 days that you watched surveillance, that vehicle never moved?
That's correct. It never moved.
Did you find that to be unusual?
I did.
Why?
It was registered, I believe, to Dalal, and we knew through surveillance that Dalal was driving a separate vehicle. She had a red Lexus, and this vehicle didn't move, and it, to me, as we were developing the investigation, appeared to just be a ruse to throw us off.
As if somebody was living there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm going to play the video. And this is about 12:46:08. We're looking at on the timestamp. About 12:46:53, we see a vehicle enter the screen. Can you tell us what vehicle we see here?
This is the Toyota RAV4.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the back of the RAV4. Was there specifically where the back door is? Can we pause the video at 12:46:56? What is on the back door of this RAV4?
A tire.
Did air surveillance use that kind of as a way to sort of continue to denote and demarcate where the vehicle was as they were kind of traveling?
I believe that they likely could use that. I'm not 100% sure what they
Did
used.
y'all on the ground use that as sort of a way to continue to monitor and uniquely identify this vehicle?
We knew this vehicle from what it looked like on the ground, and would definitely would recognize it based off of that tire on the back, but I'm not sure about the time.
Okay, and so I'm going to continue playing the video at this point. And we see the right door open at 12:47:05, and the left door open at 12:47:08. Now let me pause the video again. We see two individuals exit the vehicle. Can you tell me who the individual is who's exiting the driver's side door?
That is Yaser Said.
And he is the defendant's brother.
Correct.
And we see an individual who's at the back door. I talked about that tire at the back door. Who is that individual?
That is Islam Said.
The defendant's son.
Yes.
And at 12:47:13, we see Islam Said open the back door where the trunk would be. And what does he remove out of the back trunk?
A watermelon.
Now, watermelon is a fresh fruit. Would you agree with me on that?
I agree.
Now, what are they doing at this point at about 12:47:28?
They're going into the residence.
Who makes it entry to the door first?
Yasin.
And then is Islam followed behind him?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, this is about 3 days prior to y'all, 2 days prior to August 25th, 2020. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. At this time, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 252, which has already been previously admitted. And if the jurors wanted, they could watch this entire video or these clips in their entirety. They go on and on, is that right?
They do. They're often there for hours on end.
Now, I'm going to play clip 16 that actually has multiple files, but I'm going to start with clip 16A. And this would be on August 25th, 2020. And this is approximately 16:07:00, so 4:07 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
White? Now, we did see some movement zooming in and zooming out. Did y'all have the capability to be able to zoom in to see closer up or zoom out to see further away?
We did, and a lot of these movements, just to be honest, were accidental. If you touched the screen or bumped it, it would move the camera, and there was a button to bring it back to where we had it pre-programmed.
Now, at 16:07:38, we see that same Toyota RAV4 drive into the driveway. And at 16:07:51, who exits the passenger side and who exits the driver's side?
Islam was the passenger, and Yasin was the driver.
Who opens the door at 16:08:02?
Islam.
Does it appear that he and Yaser Said are retrieving items from the back of the RAV4?
Yes, they appear to be bringing in groceries again.
And here at 16:08:30, could we see kind of a closer up view of that bag of groceries that Islam
Yeah,
said?
we were trying to get a good look at the grocery bags as they brought them in.
And then at 16:08:40, does it appear that they enter the Justin residence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to pause the video. Now, between 4 p.m. and 8:45 p.m., does it appear that Yasin and Islam Said remain at that residence for that almost 5-hour period?
They do, yes.
All right. Let me draw your attention to clip 16E of State's Exhibit number 252. Now this video starts at about 17:53:19. Do we see that same RAV4 in the driveway behind that other black sedan?
Yes, we do.
I'm gonna fast forward the video. Do we see that it starts to get darker as I fast forward this video?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to fast forward the video to about 20:45, which would be 8:45 p.m. I'm actually going to start the video at about 20:44:29. Now, is it dark at this point? And actually, Your Honor, could we dim the lights again? I apologize,
Yes.
Judge.
No worries.
Is it nighttime at this point at 20:44:30 or 8:44 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
We see that the front porch light is turned on in front of the residence.
Yes. Welcome to the life of FBI surveillance.
Is this what y'all were pretty much doing? Is just watching the house
Yes.
immobile without any movement? I mean,
Yes, ma'am.
maybe about 8:47 that they exit. Okay, so at about 20:47:02, we see the lights flash on that RAV4 and an individual exits the residence. Do you know who that is?
That's Islam.
And the camera kind of shifts and it focuses in on what Islam Said is doing. Are you able to make out at about 8:47:32 what it appears that he's doing?
Yeah, Islam's opening the rear of the RAV4 and placing what appear to be two tied up grocery bags into the back, which was consistent with what we had observed him do in the past.
Now at 20:48:03, we see someone at the door of the residence. Do you know who that person is?
That is just seen.
And here on the left side of the screen, we see another individual. Is that Islam Said?
It appears to be Islam, yes. Yes, that's Islam.
204840, what is it, does it appear that Yasin and Islam Said are doing at this point?
Islam's placing a shovel in the back of the vehicle, and then they're, I believe at this point, leaving the residence in the RAV4.
$2049.19, do we see that RAV4 back out of the driveway and exit the residence,
Yes, ma'am.
or the property of the residence? And at this point, Turner, you can turn the lights on if that's available to the court. At this point, Agent White, are y'all watching on August 25th, 2020? Are y'all watching this feed live?
Yes, our ground surveillance team was watching it live while the plane was overhead.
And are the two, the air surveillance and the ground surveillance, are they communicating with each other?
We are.
Now, at this point, is this when air surveillance begins to track and follow the RAV4 containing Islam and Yasin Said?
That's correct.
And then ultimately, this vehicle ends up in Southlake, Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
And ultimately, they tossed trash that y'all recovered.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's talk about the trash that y'all recovered. The state's now going to publish, starting with State's Exhibit 137. There we go. Okay, State's Exhibit number 137. What do we see here, Agent White?
Those are the two bags that we collected from the trash bin outside of Panera Bread.
And in 138, we see them sort of separated. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What are the two colors of the bags?
Gray and brown.
Okay. State's Exhibit 139. What do we see here?
This is one of the bags after it's been opened. We laid out paper and along with Irving PD's, Irving Police Department had a forensic person there with us.
A crime scene analyst
Yes,
who
ma'am.
assisted. And did y'all take, what kind of items were found in one of these bags in State's Exhibit 139?
Primarily of interest to us at the time were cigarette butts, which you can see here in the photo, as well as Coke cans, and then ultimately also water bottles.
Okay, so State's Exhibit number 140, we see some of those water bottles, we see the cigarette butts you're talking about, the Coke cans. Do you know what this is right here?
It's an egg crate full of coffee grounds, and everything is covered in like different kinds of, like apparently chicken juice or something to that effect.
Some sort of debris or
Yes,
waste
ma'am.
or whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 149 is just basically a further up view of what other items were contained within that bag. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then State's Exhibit number 142, what do we see here?
We see clothing items, eggshells, a pencil, and some sort of cream.
Okay. State's Exhibit 143, again, we see that water bottle. Do you know what these red pieces of ripped paper are, or cardboard are?
It's some sort of, I don't know if they were cigarette rolling papers or some sort of tobacco product.
Were you aware that Yaser Said did smoke cigarettes?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit number 144, another angle of the trash. And then State's Exhibit 145, again. And then State's Exhibit 146. You guys about the chicken juice, we see something right here in State's Exhibit 146 regarding chicken, the word, part of the word chicken, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, so those items were collected. You said they were analyzed. How were they analyzed?
I believe the Irving crime scene technician conducted a swab of the areas on Coke cans and water bottles that would be consistent with placing them in your mouth for some DNA. And then he went ahead and fingerprinted items that could potentially hold fingerprint. Well, yes, ma'am.
And, okay, and so let me show you states, no, let's move to August 26th. The search warrants that were executed at the same time at the Euless address and the Justin address. Do you recall about what time the search warrant was executed?
On which date, I'm sorry?
On August 26, 2020.
About 5:30 in the afternoon, 5:45.
Now, at that time, we talked about how you had arrest warrants as well for some individuals. Who were the folks that you had arrest warrants for at that point?
At that point, I believe we had an arrest warrant for Islam Said as well, obviously for Yaser Said.
Ultimately, was there an arrest warrant also issued for Yaser Said?
At a later time, he was arrested based on probable cause for harboring a fugitive.
Okay. And was Islam Said also arrested for probable cause for harboring, or was he arrested for harboring a fugitive as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now let me show you State's Exhibit number 251. What are we looking at here?
This is a sketch of the residence in Justin.
Okay. And it's not it's a hand-drawn sketch, is that right?
It is hand-drawn.
Not drawn to scale?
No, ma'am.
Can you kind of tell us, so the jurors understand when we go through these crime scene photos of the search warrants, can you kind of tell us what each of these rooms represent? Like if, here at A, we see sort of an entrance or a doorway. What would that doorway be?
That's the doorway that we observed in the videos of Islam and Yasin coming in and out of the front of the residence.
So this is the front of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And is A the living room?
It is.
And what is F and E?
F is a bedroom. E, Echo, is like a linen closet or something in the hallway.
And then we see C, is that the bathroom?
That is the bathroom.
Or tub. Is D another bedroom?
Delta, yes, that's a bedroom.
Thank you for correcting me. D is in Delta. What is B?
That is the kitchen.
And then can you tell us what G, H, and H? We see two H's here. What G, H, and H are?
Yes, G, I believe, was some sort of like a sunroom. I don't know how else to describe it, on the rear of the house. And then the H that's lower on the screen here is what formerly was a garage that had been converted into another kind of living space. And then the one further back with the dotted lines around it is a covered patio.
Okay. Now, did you enter the property on 6/2020?
I did, yes.
Did you observe any other sort of, did you observe any other room that was sort of man-made or built out in the house?
Yes, in room H, the lower H, you can see there's a little cutout on the top left corner. There was a room made of just drywall, and inside of it was a green cot with like a pillow and.
So can you circle, that screen also should work with your finger if you want to circle that room, the H you're talking about. So we see sort of what appears to be almost like a bed in that lower H that also has a W in that same box. Is
And
that
then,
right?
yes ma'am, and then right here against the wall was a piece of drywall with a handle on the back so that it could be picked up and pulled into place at this opening right here.
As if to conceal that specific room.
Yes ma'am.
So did it appear to you that that was another effort on the Said's part to conceal Yaser Said?
Yes ma'am.
All right, now let's go through the photos. We're gonna go through August 26th first. All right, I'm gonna publish at this time, starting with State's Exhibit 150. This is the front of the house that we've seen so far, and the door appears to be open. And then, to kind of give the jurors perspective, 151, see if I can get a better look of that car. Well, apparently I worked the camera, or the doctor. Okay, there we go. All right, so here in State's Exhibit 151, do we see the car that never moved to the left side of this image? And then that trash bin you were referring to as well.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 152, what angle of the home is this?
This is the rear of the residence.
Now, are you able to tell the jurors, at least from this angle, where that build-out was with the cot?
Yes, it would have been, this is the back covered H, the back room that was marked as H, and then on the other side of that wall was the build-out.
Okay. And then another angle from State's Exhibit 53 of the backyard. And then, is this the sunroom you were talking about? Or is that the other H we're talking about?
This is the back H, the covered patio with the dotted line around it is this space. This would be the room that I don't know if it would be a sunroom or not, but it was like a rear den.
And then the other side of the back of the house here in State's Exhibit 155. Now, let's go into the house. Now, I'm going to show these in sort of a panorama view. State's Exhibit 156. When you entered the Justin home, did it appear that there were furniture and personal belongings and items as if someone was residing in the home?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, so we see a couch here in State's Exhibit 156. Facing the doorway here in 152, we see a television set. And then another set of couches here in 158. There appear to be, here in State's Exhibit 159, there appears to be a bookshelf with photographs and things like that. And then the opposite side here in 160, looking towards the door. This would be the living room, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's move to the kitchen here in State's Exhibit 161. Again, were there a lot of personal items and things like that within the kitchen?
Yes, ma'am. It looked well lived in.
There appears to be some Ajax soap, dishes, things that would make a person comfortable, pots and pans to be able to cook. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a refrigerator along with food here at the top of the refrigerator in State's Exhibit 163. And now, as we're exiting the kitchen, where are we going from this point in 164?
I believe this.
Is this the living room we see here on this open?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Yes,
That's
is.
okay. That's okay. And that was a bad question. I apologize. But you can actually see some of the personal items we see from the living room here.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's a short hallway. Does that lead to various bedrooms contained within the house?
Yes, there should be a bedroom on either side of the home.
Agent White, do you remember how many bedrooms were in the home?
I believe 2.
And so we're walking down that short hallway again here in State's Exhibit 165. And then we see here 166, a bedroom that contains, at least from the entryway, various personal items, including suitcases. And then here in 167, we see a bed, shoes, clothing, Listerine, all indicative of a person living in the home.
Yes, ma'am.
And then this would be facing towards that same door, towards the entry of that room of that door in 168.
Yes, ma'am.
The next room we're getting to is 169. Again, we see a bedding, a suitcase, bottles. In 170, we see those same items as you enter the room. And in 171, we see a dresser, photographs, iron, a clock. Again, personal items that would indicate someone was residing in the home.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let's go to 172. Can you tell us what we're looking at here in terms of the entryway? Where are we facing at this point?
I believe this is looking into the converted garage.
Okay, so showing you 173. Is this part of the converted garage?
Yes, ma'am.
There appears to be mugs, water, and chairs and whatnot. In fact, there's 3 chairs. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 174, another angle of this converted garage. And another angle here in State's Exhibit 175 of the converted garage.
Yes, ma'am.
And then 176 to give the jurors perspective of where we're looking. This is the converted garage, and this would be the kitchen right here. Is that right?
That's correct.
We
Yes,
can
ma'am.
see the refrigerator in the back of this image. Let me get to 178. So we see this lattice work that we talked about at in the earlier exhibits. There we go. What room are we looking at in this, in State's Exhibit 178?
It's the covered, what I would call a covered patio.
Okay. And then an angle to the left of that in 179.
Yes, ma'am, the covered patio.
Now let's go to 180. Where are we in position to that covered patio here in 180?
This is on towards the front of the house on the other side of the wall.
Okay. State's Exhibit 181. Are we going into that other room marked H here?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the doorway. And we see what appears to be concrete. Do you see that in State's Exhibit 181?
Yes, ma'am. We had observed them bringing in wheelbarrows full of concrete.
Did that appear to be consistent with the build-out that you observed later on?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 182. And then State's Exhibit 183, again, a closer up of that concrete. Now let's enter the room here in State's Exhibit 185.
Yes, ma'am.
Which room of the house is State's Exhibit 186?
I believe this is the H room that was located towards the front of the house that had the French doors.
Panorama here in State's Exhibit 188. Okay, let me get you to State's Exhibit 191. We see a rocking chair here, and we see what appears to be some damage to a wall or some cutout here. Can you tell us a little bit about what that is?
Yes, this is the entrance to that, I don't know if hidden room that was built into the house.
Okay, now let's go to State's Exhibit number 193. This is leading, this appears to be the dryer perhaps,
Yes, ma'am.
and the water heater in State's Exhibit 193. And then we see another door leading into the next part of the home. And is that where you find the build out?
Yes, ma'am.
Or the hidden room, 195? Can you tell the jurors what we see here in 195?
It's a cot with a pillow on it laid over on its side.
Now, to the left, we see what appears to be sort of a piece of gypsum or maybe wall. I'm not sure. Is that what you were referring to earlier?
Yes, ma'am. It's a piece of gypsum.
And then here in State's Exhibit 196 is the other side of that cot. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And 197, does it appear that this wall came with, this wall that we see here made out of plywood came with the house?
No, ma'am. It looks like it's part of their construction project.
Let's go into the refrigerator here in State's Exhibit 198. Earlier we talked about, it plays part of the surveillance video where Islam and Yaser Said were bringing in watermelon. Do you see watermelon here in the refrigerator?
I do,
in
yes.
State's Exhibit 199?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say that there's other items of food to keep a person nourished while they're residing in that home?
Yes, ma'am.
Powerade, peanut butter, ice cream, lettuce and pasta sauce, Gatorade, that sort of thing. Now, we talked about Agent Verna. Do you know Agent Verna pretty well?
I know very well.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 201. Do you recognize what this item is in this open drawer in State's Exhibit 201?
It appears to be a wig.
And a closer up here in 202.
Yes, ma'am. A wig.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 204. This drawer is open, and there appears to be a card in there. Did you ever observe this card, or do you know what this card is?
I've seen the photo of it, and yes, that is Mario Verna's card, business card.
And in State's Exhibit 205, this is Agent Verna's card that says, "Call me, please, Federal Bureau of Investigation Special Agent," with his address and the phone number. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Agent Verna was one of the lead case agents for several years prior to Agent Jimenez taking over. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to State's Exhibit number 210. What are we looking at here?
Those are bullets.
And then earlier you talked about how a second search warrant had to be conducted because the passport was not recovered for the defendant.
Yes,
We'll
ma'am.
show you State's Exhibit 211. What do we see here?
It's an Egyptian passport.
And who is the photograph we see here in State's? Whose photograph is it in State's Exhibit 211?
That's Yaser Said.
All right. Now, let's go to the search warrant on September 3rd, 2014. I'm going to move relatively quickly because is it fair to say that the residence was pretty much the same for the most part?
Yes, ma'am.
And the jurors can take these photographs back as they see fit. Since it's in evidence. And specifically, I'm going to draw attention to State's Exhibit 232, which is shelf laying within one of the bedrooms. And are you aware that a firearm or revolver was ultimately recovered at the residence that was missed on August 26, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm showing you that revolver here in State's Exhibit 233 and a close-up here in State's Exhibit 234. There appears to be also a prescription for Yaser Said along with the debit card right next to it.
Yes, ma'am.
A revolver is not a semi-automatic, is that right?
That is correct.
And then State's Exhibit 239 was more ammunition recovered at the residence pursuant to the second search warrant on September 3rd, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we see that here in 239?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. I'll pass the witness at this time, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Agent White, my name is Joe Patton, I represent Yaser. A couple things I want to go over. When you took over this case, there was an active federal warrant for Yaser, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to 18 U.S.C. section 1073.
I'm not 100% sure that's what the...
If you look up behind you on the FBI top 10, it says unlawful flight for the
Yes, sir.
Illinois prosecution.
Yes, sir.
That's the,
Yes, sir.
the code for that offense, correct?
I believe so.
To your agency, this is what gave your agency jurisdiction over this case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In order for the FBI to get involved, the federal government has to assert authority and jurisdiction over this case, is that correct?
I don't know that that's entirely true. I think we can be asked to participate in investigations without a federal nexus, yes.
Did the federal government assert authority and jurisdiction over this case by activating that warrant and putting Yaser on the top 10?
Yes, sir.
So, the house in Justin, you knew that this was purchased by his nieces in 2015, correct?
I did, yes.
How long did you and your agency surveil this home?
24-hour surveillance, about 9 days. Before that, we had conducted spot surveillance of it for a few days before that.
So just days before the arrest warrant was?
Yes, sir.
Well, I believe on direct you said that the car that was parked there and did not move was noteworthy to you.
It was noteworthy, yes, sir.
And this is a car that was owned by the owner of the home?
Yes, sir.
You pointed out that a RAV4 with a spare tire was another noteworthy surveillance that you made?
I don't know if noteworthy is the right word, but yes, it was something that helped us identify the vehicle.
And that fresh watermelon was also noteworthy.
Yes, sir.
And then you execute the search warrant, you arrest Yaser, and you secure the premises, right?
We secured the premises during the search, yes, sir.
Flash grenades, SWAT team, big law enforcement presence. Go in, get Yaser, execute a search warrant.
Yes, sir.
During that search, you found lots of personal items.
Yes, sir.
Yaser was not alone in that house.
He was alone in the house.
Excuse me. Is it your belief that all of the personal items found in that house belong to Yaser?
I don't know. I don't.
Family photos on the bookshelf that doesn't include Yaser in any of the photos, do you think those were his?
Probably not.
Do you think the gun that was found next to Yasin's medical bottle in a room that wasn't the hidden room was his?
I don't know.
I mean, the gun, y'all found that on the second search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
So he was already in custody, in your custody, right? Or had he been arrested?
Yes, he was in Dallas County custody, I believe, at that point. Yes, sir.
And the feds just missed the gun and the ammunition that was in the house that y'all brought all this personnel in to clear out and secure and all this. You just overlooked that on the first search.
Yes, sir.
So you executed a second search warrant to come clean up the mess from the first one.
No, sir. We went back to retrieve the passport. There was a photo of it after the first search, and we realized it hadn't been collected, so it was important to the UFAP, the Unlawful Flight to Avoid Prosecution case.
From the day that the FBI initiated this until August of 2020, how many hours would you say that the FBI spent pursuing Yaser?
I have no idea. I couldn't even begin to speculate. It was before I was even in the Bureau.
Hundreds?
I have no idea.
Did you spend hundreds of hours?
Yeah, yes, sir. Probably.
And you're one of many agents.
Yes, sir.
On the task force, was it limited to FBI or were there also other agencies involved?
There are other agencies involved.
So other agencies and other agents. I mean, this is a huge effort.
It was a big effort, yes, sir.
The aerial assets have been discussed quite a bit so that y'all could locate the trash. How many hours do you think the federal government spent with manned personnel or manned airplanes surveilling this house with a uninterrupted surveillance feed from a camera attached to that plane?
Air specifically?
Yes.
Air specifically, I think they were up there 2 or 3 different days. They usually don't fly more than like 4 hours, so maybe like 12 to 16 hours, something like that.
Okay. You got any ballpark figures on how much money the federal government spent on
I'm
this?
going to object to relevance at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have no idea. A lot, for sure.
Hundreds of thousands?
Potentially.
Millions?
Potentially, I have no idea.
And y'all spent more time digging through his trash than you did investigating the murders.
I don't know. I don't know what was investigated before my time, honestly, back in the early days of the investigation.
So earlier you talked about your experience in investigation and task force and teams and the agencies and everything involved. Are you aware of anybody following up and investigating Eric Panamino?
I've never heard that name.
Did anybody investigate Victor Huerta?
I don't know.
Did anybody investigate Victor Ruiz?
I don't know.
Did you or anybody that you're aware of ever investigate the original allegations that kicked all of this off?
The unlawful flight to avoid prosecution? That's what kicked this off.
Murder, sir.
We were investigating an unlawful flight to avoid prosecution.
Okay. So is it your position that the feds were just like the hound dogs, just you didn't care about what the allegation was, you're just going after your guy?
I'm going to object to argumentative at this time, Your Honor, and the sidebar comments by the sidebar questions that the defense is asking.
Overruled.
Do you mind asking again?
Is it your position that it was your duty, all you cared about was getting Yaser?
That's not all I care about, but that was the focus of my investigation.
Okay. Does the FBI or any agency associated with the FBI in a case like this concern itself with the quality of the allegations of the person that it is pursuing?
In terms of unlawful flight to avoid prosecution, we
In terms
absolutely.
of capital murder, we're not here on
I don't
federal case,
I wasn't
we're here about
invest-
capital murder.
Excuse me, gentlemen,
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
when the witness is answering the question, allow him to finish answering before you ask another one. And, sir,
Yes, sir.
wait for the question before
Yes,
you
ma'am.
answer. Thank you.
Have a seat, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Is the FAI concerned with the allegation that leads to the involvement of the federal government?
I believe it should be, yes, yes, sir. But in different cases, when we have a warrant and a judge has ordered someone be arrested, that's usually enough justification for us.
So it's not your job to figure out whether there's any merit to the allegations that start all of this?
If we have an arrest warrant, we have an arrest warrant signed by a judge, then we pursue the arrest of that individual as ordered.
Without question.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
So you did not know that Edgar Ruiz was one of the last people to see Amina and Sarah alive?
I don't know anything about that.
You did not know Edgar Ruiz said that he was with Eric Penamino when the girls
I'm
were
going
murdered?
to object to hearsay at this time.
It's questions of whether he knew this or not.
Overruled.
Well, he's already answered, and I'm going to object to asked and answered. He just testified that he doesn't know anything about Edgar Ruiz. So he's not going to know what Edgar Ruiz said or didn't say to anyone else in the investigation that wasn't Agent Randy White.
Sustained.
Hypothetically, Agent White, based on your experience, for example, in a case like this, where you've dedicated significant personal time, energy, effort, training, and experience, would it concern you as a law enforcement officer if the issue that led to all of your work and all of your efforts was founded in part on a lie?
If that were the case, hypothetically, I suppose.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, State.
Very briefly, Judge. So, Agent White, I just want to clarify something that one of the first questions the defense asked. When was the FBI made aware that Dalal and Amira Said had purchased that property in Justin, Texas?
I became aware in early August.
Of 2020.
Of 2020, yes, ma'am.
And in fact, because the deeds, it is part of the evidence that's before the court, or before the jurors, and has already been previously admitted. Are you aware that they actually purchased that property in 2015?
Yes, ma'am, I am aware of that.
Was the FBI aware in 2015 that Amir and Dalal Said had purchased that property?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, let's talk about, the defense has made an issue about the man hours and the amount of money that it took to apprehend Yaser Said. Yaser Said was on the top 10 most wanted, the FBI's top 10 most wanted fugitive list. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the kind of effort that the FBI employs in anyone who's on the top 10 list?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
Because it's important work.
Now, in this case, the defendant had been charged, at least here in Dallas County, with capital murder. That also kind of promulgated or catalyzed the desire to capture this person.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I pass the witness at this time.
Anything else from the defense?
There you go.
Okay. May this witness be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Agent Sedgwick to the stand.
you swear that the testimony you will give will be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please state your first and last name for the court, spelling your first and last name for the court reporter?
Mark Sedwick, MARK, SEDWICK.
And Agent Sedgwick, how are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation out of the Dallas office.
How long have you worked for the FBI?
Next week will be 24 years.
And please tell the jury what you do for the FBI.
Currently, I'm a member of the CAS team, which is the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Okay. Are you also on the SWAT team?
Yes, ma'am.
What is Cellular Analysis Survey Team?
What the CAS team is a group of specially trained agents and task force officers who have been certified as experts in the analysis of historical call detail records.
And please tell the jury, what is a historical call detail record analysis?
Basically, it's taking the CDR, or call detail record, or CDR. It's your phone bill. It has the date and time a call or text was made, the two parties involved, the two numbers, how long the call lasted. But it also has the cell tower and sector of that tower that was utilized when that call was made. So based on the tower and sector that was utilized and the rest of the towers in the area for that network, I can determine the approximate location that device had to be when that call or text was made.
Okay, so through this, you can tell exactly kind of the approximate location.
Yes, ma'am, I can determine where that device had to be when that call occurred.
Okay. Tell the jury kind of what kind of training you've had in this field to be able to do this.
I've had initially over 400 hours of training. That training was from other FBI agents, outside agencies or companies on how radio frequency actually works, which is how your cell phone communicates with a cell tower, is through radio frequency. But most importantly, I've been trained by the engineers from all the major service providers in the United States, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, Sprint, on how the network's designed, how the network works, and how the phone interacts with the network.
What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in History from the United States Naval Academy.
Have you testified as an expert in historical call detail record analysis before?
Yes, ma'am, over 90 times in both state and federal court.
Over 90 times in both state and federal court?
Yes, ma'am.
What about here in Dallas County? Have you been tendered as an expert?
Yes, ma'am, several times.
Your Honor, at this time, I submit Agent Sedgwick as an expert in historical call detail record analysis.
No objection, Your Honor.
The court will designate Agent Sedgwick as an expert in said field.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Agent Sedgwick, were you asked to review phone records of a phone subscribed to Yaser Said?
I believe that was a subscriber. I was asked to look at two separate numbers.
Okay.
I was asked to look at 972-693-7756 and 972-693-8366, both with service provided by T-Mobile.
Both with service provided by T-Mobile.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who was the registered subscriber?
I believe that was Said. I can't remember the first name.
Okay. Islam Said, does that sound familiar?
Yes, ma'am, that does sound
Okay.
familiar.
And the phone number, the 972-693-7756.
Yes,
Who
ma'am.
did that belong to?
I was told that was utilized by Yaser Said.
And the 972-693-8366?
That was used by Sarah Said.
Okay. And do you have a copy of those records that you can refresh? Would you like to see?
If I could have a copy, that'd
Okay.
be great.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Agent Sedgwick, I'm handing you what's been previously admitted as states Exhibit 109. Are these are records that you reviewed in preparation to make your report and complete your analysis?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Okay, I'll leave that there with you. Okay, so through those phone records, are you able to tell incoming and outgoing calls?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, the length of calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how are you able to get this cell tower data information?
The tower and sector utilized by the phone is in those records, and then taking the contemporaneous tower list that's in existence at the time. So obviously, I want to have, this was in January of 2008, so I want to use towers that were in existence in January 2008, not the towers that are in existence now. I will plot all those cell towers on a map, and then I will plot the individual uses of the device showing what tower and sector was utilized by the phone on particular calls.
And you plot this using some type of application or system?
Mapping software, yes, ma'am.
Mapping software, okay. Now tell the jury a little bit about 2008 versus now 2022.
Well, back in 2008, we still had 2G and 3G. 4G wasn't really in existence at that point. It was slowly coming out by then, but we were still in pretty much a 2G, 3G world. So the networks now are much, we're 4G, 5G starting to roll out. So the network continuously evolves as we've moved forward in time.
So the technology back then in 2008, of course, was not as advanced as it is now in 2022.
Just basically it comes down to data rates, but it's still cellular technology. It's the basics of it is all the same.
Okay. And did you create some slides and a report for your testimony here today?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with that. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 110. Are you familiar with this disc?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to view it prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is contained on the disc?
It's a copy of my report.
Okay, the report that you prepared?
Yes, ma'am.
For today? Okay, do you believe it's a true and accurate copy of the report?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
State offers State's Exhibit 110. Chairman of Defense Counsel?
No objection.
This is it. 110 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this time to the demonstrative. I believe the reports indicate that the phone notated as belonging to Sarah actually belonged to Ms.
Can
Long.
you speak up a little bit more?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to object to the demonstrative as not representing the facts correctly. I believe the T-Mobile records indicate that phone belonged to Islam, not to Sarah, and so the demonstrative would be factually incorrect.
You're talking about this, that's on the...
The one that she handwrote and put on the
Okay.
TV screen.
Counsel, can you remove your handwritten notes?
Yes, Your Honor, this is just capturing the witness's testimony, and this is what he just testified to.
I understand. Please remove it from the...
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Agent Sedgwick, can you see that there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is the first page of your report.
Yes, ma'am. This is just a cover sheet. It shows the two numbers that I did my analysis. You'll see they're kind of color-coded. 7756 will be in red, and 8366 will be in green throughout the entire presentation. And then it shows the date that this presentation or my report was finalized, which was 12/20 of 2020.
And just for clarification for the record, the 7756 was associated with Yaser Said and the 8366 was associated with Sarah Said.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So moving along, page 2, tell us, how does a cell phone work?
This is my written report, and it's the methodology, which is I take the call detail records for the target phones, and then I utilize the concurrent tower list to map it. But the way a cell phone works is when it's sitting in your pocket and you're not actively in a call or a text, it is scanning the radio frequency or RF environment for a T-Mobile phone will obviously look for T-Mobile towers. Is going to look for the strongest signal with the least amount of interference, generally the closest tower. And then it'll what we refer to as camp on that tower. So it'll sit there and listen to a broadcast channel that every tower broadcasts continuously. When you hit send on your phone, that tower reaches out on that control tower to the tower it was camped on, and that is what's populating the call detail records, the tower the phone itself chose. For an incoming call, the network has a general idea where your device is. It knows, like, my devices are in Dallas. It doesn't know what tower my device is camped on. So when I get an incoming traffic, it'll page all the towers in that area, and I'll respond on that control channel. And that will be the tower and sector populated in the call detail records. Again, the tower and sector the device itself chose as being the strongest signal at that time.
Okay. Moving on to page 3. What are we looking at here?
This is how the majority of the cell towers in the United States are designed. Most towers are broken up into 3 sectors or pieces of pie. Each sector covers approximately 120 degrees. They'll actually cover a little bit more. They cover approximately 130 degrees because there is an overlap between sectors and there's overlap between cell towers. Since these are mobile phones, the networks don't want hard lines where, the coverage of one tower ends and then, then there's a hard line and then the coverage of the next tower begins, because you'd have drop calls as you're crossing those lines. So there's a bleed over and overlap between sectors. But in the records, I'm provided the tower and the sector, and those can be oriented in any direction they want. But in this case, let's say I have a tower that's oriented at 60 degrees. That tower will cover 60 degrees to either side of that center azimuth. So on a clock face, that would be 2 o'clock would be the center azimuth. That tower would cover from approximately 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock on a clock face.
Okay. Go to slide 4. What are we looking at here?
This is how I demonstrate the approximate coverage area of a cell tower and the sector. In this case, this tower is oriented to 0 degrees or due north. And you see the 2 sector arms showing that 60 degrees to either side of that center azimuth. And the shaded area is just to show how the energy goes out in an upside down funnel shape. So as you get farther away from the tower, it expands, but is not inclusive of the coverage area. The coverage area is determined by the next closest tower. And cell phones roughly go out, the cell towers roughly go out 70% of the distance to the next tower. Obviously, that other tower is coming back 70%, so that's where that overlap comes into play.
Okay. Now slide 5. Is this how you designated in your report how we are to understand which color coordinates with which phone? Associated with which phone?
Yes, ma'am. I was told that the telephone number ending in 8366 was utilized by Sarah Said, and that the number ending in 7756 was utilized by Yaser Said. I can't say.
I would object. As he's indicated, he was told that the phone numbers were associated with different individuals. He has not independently verified that. So his statements and the information provided within this this demonstrative and this evidence would be based on hearsay and admissible, Your Honor.
Is the state's response?
Yes, Your Honor. This witness has been designated as an expert. Experts can rely on hearsay evidence to form a report and basis of an opinion. This witness hasn't testified to it yet, but will proffer that has learned this from law enforcement in preparation for his report today.
Defense objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So you learned this information from law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am, and as I was about to say, I can't say who was carrying either of these devices at any time during my analysis. I can't say who placed any of the phone calls. I was just told who these numbers are associated with.
Thank you. Okay, so moving past this slide.
Also, well, if we go back, I was also provided two addresses by law enforcement. The Said residence of 1023 Lakeland Drive in Louisville, Texas, and that'll be designated by the yellow orangish flag with a little house in it. And then where the victims were located, the Omni Mandalay Hotel, 221 East Las Colinas Boulevard in Irving, Texas, and that'll be a red flag.
Okay, so the yellow house is the Said residence and the red flag is the Omni Hotel.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, moving on to slide 6. Both of these phones were with T-Mobile, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so these dots, what do they indicate?
Every single dot you see is a T-Mobile cell tower that was in existence back in January of 2008. As you can see, as you get closer to downtown areas, the towers get closer together, almost on top of each other. As you get more rural, they spread out. That is due to capacity issues. They need more towers where there are more people to provide the coverage. So the coverage area of the tower depends on where on the planet it is with the other towers around it. But all those green dots are a T-Mobile cell tower, and then the two addresses are mapped on the map also.
Let me ask you this question, Agent Sedgwick. Are there more towers today than there were back then in 2008?
Yes, ma'am, especially with the advent of 5G. 5G towers are going to cover much smaller areas depending on what type of 5G tower it is. So the networks have towers and put up more infrastructure to provide that coverage. Also, they've gotten more customers, so they've had to expand the networks.
All right. So would you say this kind of begins your analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
In slide 7. Hold on 1 second. We have a
Well, technical.
technical issue.
The console just turned off. Judge, is your console, is it on?
It's not on.
Mine's dead also.
Is the power breaker kicked?
Okay. Just,
Restarting it.
yeah. Yeah, my fault.
Go to slide 7. Okay. Are we looking at slide 7 in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell us what we're looking at here. This is January 1st, 2008, from 1:01 p.m. to 6:15 p.m. We have a Said residence designated with the yellow flag. Victims located, that's the red flag for the Omni. And I see 2 different cell towers, CID 14231 and CID 12600. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you tell the jury the importance of this slide?
What we're seeing is that between 1:01 p.m. and 6:15 p.m., both devices were utilizing towers and sectors that have a coverage area that included their residents, the Said residents. This is kind of a classic example of that built-in overlap of the network. The house falls kind of in the overlap of those 2 towers and sectors. So it's not unusual to see the phone, even if it was at the house, to use both towers. But as I stated, I can only say the phones utilize a tower and sector that has a coverage area that includes the residents. I can't say where within the coverage area the device was.
Okay, so looking specifically to CID 12600, you have a call, an incoming call to 8366, which is associated with Sarah Said. Then you have an incoming call to 7756 at 141, which is associated with Yaser Said. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you have another call to Yaser Said at 2:14 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
One to Sarah Said at 3:27.
Yes, ma'am.
Another one to Sarah Said at 3:40.
Yes, ma'am. That was an outgoing.
Outgoing. Then you have an outgoing call from Yaser Said at with his last four digits 7756 at 3:44 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you have an incoming call to Yaser Said at 5:29 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you have an outgoing call from the victim, Sarah Said at 8366, her last four digits at 6:15 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they are all of these calls from Sarah Said and Yaser Said are hitting from the same cell tower.
Cell tower and sector. Yes, ma'am.
Cell tower and sector. Okay. And then at CID 14231, you have Yaser Said hitting off of a different cell tower.
At 1:33 p.m. So his first activity in this time frame was on the tower to the west, and then his device moved or started utilizing the tower 12600.
Okay, tell us how that works, how they could sometimes use, hit off of different towers, but in close proximity.
One, obviously they could have been moving, he could have been traveling at that point, or if he was at the residence, he could have just been on a different side of the house, depending on the overlap. Movement of 10 feet can change which tower you see if you're kind of in that overlap area between towers.
Okay, and these towers all are associated with the Said residence, the 1023.
Yes, ma'am. What I can say is both those towers and sectors have a coverage area that include that residence.
That includes that residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it is believed that these two, if it was believed that these two devices were together at this time frame, is your analysis consistent with that?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Moving on to slide 8. So we're moving past the Said residence, and we're now looking at a different time frame.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 6:57 p.m. to 7:33 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I see 3 cell towers, 10502, 10801, and 10872. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Looking at 10502, Sarah Said, last 4 digits 8366. She receives an incoming call at 6:57 p.m.
Yes, ma'am, she does.
Okay? Are you aware of the number?
Yes, ma'am. That number was 214-529-4191.
Will you please say it again?
214-529-4191.
And whose phone number is associated with that?
I was told by law enforcement that was associated with a Mr. Ruiz, who was her boyfriend at the time.
Ruiz.
Ruiz.
Okay. Edgar Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's at 6:57 p.m. on January 1st, 2008.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how long that call was for?
I believe right around 15 seconds, but I could confirm that.
Will you please?
Actually, that was about 6 seconds. I'm sorry. 6
Okay.
seconds.
So that's for 6 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now let's look at CID 10801. We have Sarah Said, last 4 digits 8366. She is making an outgoing call at 7:33 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that call to?
That call was to 911.
That call is to 911. How long is that call?
2,500 seconds or 41 minutes and 40 seconds.
41 minutes. So the line is on for 41 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then you have CID 10872.
Yes,
This
ma'am.
number, last 4 digits 7756, is associated with Yaser Said. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that call is an incoming call at 7:29:23 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who called Yaser Said at that time?
That was an incoming call from telephone number 972-339-2914. And I was told that was associated with the defendant's wife.
Patricia Said?
Yes, ma'am.
How long was that call?
That call was 25 seconds.
Okay, so just so I can make sure that we understand, Yaser Said is getting a call for 25 seconds at 7:29:23 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And what I can say is the call at 7:29 from Mr. Said's phone and the call at 7:33 from the victim's phone are utilizing towers and sectors that are facing each other, so they have an overlapping coverage area. They're 4 minutes apart, so I could say that those phones are in the same general area. I obviously can't say they're together, but both phones in that 4-minute window are in the same general area.
Okay, same general area. Okay. Okay, so looking back at the phone records, is there ever a period with the defendant's phone ending in 7756 where he is no longer hitting off of any cell tower?
Yes, starting the 7:29 call is the last call that I have tower information. Starting at 7:55 on, all the traffic is incoming, going to voicemail with no tower information. So this could indicate either that they're just ignoring the incoming calls. At this time, T-Mobile, when they showed it, voicemail didn't provide the tower of the call, that the incoming call to the device. So I can only say that either the device was off, they were just ignoring those calls, letting them roll to voicemail, or they put it in airplane mode or something like that where it wasn't connected to the network.
So it wasn't connected to the network.
That's one possibility. With the records at this time, I can't see. Now T-Mobile shows the incoming call and then the routing to voicemail. And the incoming call, if the phone is on and you just let it roll to your voicemail, will give a cell tower and sector. But at this time, they just show the routing part to voicemail, which does not include tower information.
Okay, so you listed several different ways. Airplane mode, phone was turned off. So it could be a logical conclusion that this phone could have been turned off.
That is one conclusion that could be made, yes, ma'am.
Does this phone connect to any cell tower information afterwards?
No, ma'am, it never connects in the time frame of the records I have. It
And the
doesn't.
time frame was from January 1st through January 2nd, is that right?
I believe so, yes, ma'am, and there's no tower information. The last call I show for the 7756 number is at January 2nd at 6:04 p.m. And in between the last call and this call, all the activity was incoming with no tower information
Okay.
and rolling to voicemail.
Continuous rolling to voicemail.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that call that you see was rolled to voicemail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, in addition to you working for the CAS team, you mentioned that you were part of the SWAT team for the FBI.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you participate in trying to locate the defendant at the Bedford residence on August 14th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about your role in that.
I was the primary breacher for that operation, which the breacher, my job is to open the door, usually utilizing a ram. In this case, I did use the ram to breach the door. The door was locked from the inside with a deadbolt, so it had to be deadbolted from the inside. There was no key to undo the deadbolt. It was an internal only deadbolt lock. And then while clearing the residence, the apartment, I also opened the sliding glass door leading out to the balcony, which was unlocked.
And Your Honor, at this time, State Officer States Exhibit 254, which is testimony from Agent Sedgwick as to the phone numbers and who they're associated with? Tender to defense counsel?
I would object.
Tendering it as what, counsel?
Demonstrative, Your Honor.
Okay. What's the defense's objection?
I believe the testimony speaks for itself. I would object. These are, I mean, I guess for demonstrative purposes only, but I believe this testimony would be the best evidence for the jury to consider, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll pass the witness.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you all like a 15-minute break at this time? Okay. Let's be back at 10:55. Please be seated. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. The state had passed Agent Sedgwick. Is this defense ready to proceed with cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
And as we discussed, I was going to use the black and white printout of the state's exhibit for this cross-examination. Thank you. May I stand up for working through this?
You may.
All right. Would the appropriate title be officer or agent?
Agent, sir.
Agent Sedgwick?
Yes, sir.
All right. So Agent Sedgwick, backing up to this first map, this is the one of the Said home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And here we see a tower here and a tower here and multiple calls pinging off those towers.
Yes, sir.
And that's because these towers at that time were the best towers as far as capacity and the technology at that time to relay the technology and the signal from those phones, correct?
Well, not capacity, but as far as at the time, that was what the phone, those towers was what the phone saw the best at that time, with the strongest signal with the least amount of interference.
Okay, so we see, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a tower here,
Yes, sir.
a tower here,
Yes, sir.
all right, another one up here,
Yes, sir.
we have another one here,
Yes, sir.
here,
Yes, sir.
here,
Yes, sir.
and here.
Can't see the one you're pointing out. You're not on the map.
Right
but-
here at 635 and corporate.
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm
Sorry.
35 east and corporate.
Yes, sir.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 other towers in this zoomed in map that potentially could have received data from those phones. But here we have obviously the ones that are closest to the home that the towers deem most appropriate for this transmission of data.
Yes, sir. Those are the towers the phone chose at that time. The phones chose.
And here again, I mean, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different calls that are recorded in this evidence here, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, if a tower can read, it doesn't jump to different towers for every signal, right? If it's got a good tower, it sticks with that tower.
Each call is its own event.
But it doesn't bounce unless there's something about the capacity of the tower interference with the signal or something like that.
Capacity is not an issue.
What was the proper term that you used earlier?
Well, it's the strongest signal with the least amount of interference.
Least amount of interference, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now here, I'm turning to page 8 of the document that has been entered into evidence as one of the state's exhibits. I'm not going to count it all up, and of course mine is in black and white, but I believe it's clear that these dark dots all over the place are various T-Mobile towers, correct?
Yes, sir.
And CID 105 or 10502, you said that this call at George Bush and 114, that general area, was an incoming call from Edgar Ruiz.
Yes, sir.
That's at 6:57 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Did you, clearly you converted these times from the standard, because they do the, what's the time frame that they usually come in and you've got to decode it?
At this time, T-Mobile sent their records in switch or local time, but
Okay.
now the records come in UTC, which is basically a universal coordinated time. So it's a way to set time zones throughout the world.
We don't have to mess with that math here, correct?
No, sir.
These are what they are.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we have, and then just going in sequence here, that's about 6:57. Then we have this call here, which is CID 10872.
Yes, sir.
And this is at 7:29:23 p.m. and it's the number associated with Yaser's phone.
Yes, sir.
And it is pinging off this tower.
Yes, sir.
And I see towers here, 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 and this is the location of the Omni, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And for whatever reason, based on the technology at the time, this tower was the best tower to ping his call and transmit that data.
At 729, that's the tower and sector the phone saw as the strongest signal with the least amount of interference. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when we're talking about the pi and the diagonal, I mean, it can be anything. I mean, if you were just to draw these lines out indefinitely, it's part of that zone, right?
Yes, sir. It's the rough coverage area would be probably something like that. Might be a little large, but something kind of like that. And then this tower would have a coverage area about like that,
Great,
give or take,
thank you.
obviously.
So, there is a little bit of overlap, but we're not talking about the entire area having overlap. The cones, from here to here and here to here, you're again pointing at this sort of Luna and Royal Lane timeframe.
Yes, sir.
What is the range for each tower? How far out can it reach?
And that's dependent on the other towers in the area. So for this case, the two towers involved are they're about 4,000 meters apart. So each one of them would go. So those two towers are 4,000 meters apart, or
About 2.5 miles?
about 2.5 miles. So that overlap area is probably a mile and a half, mile to mile and a half between the two towers.
Okay. How far is it from this tower in question to, do we have the tower data on this one? Just for proximity to the actual Omni?
Do you want the tower just south of the Omni? Is that
Sure,
where?
that would be
Okay,
better.
I want to make sure.
Yeah, that would be a better way to do it, to sort of gauge the range on that.
That's 5 kilometers.
5 kilometers. Would that be
5,000
beyond the
meters.
maximum capacity of any of the towers at that time?
No, sir. Towers can, it all depends on where you are on the planet. If I'm in a rural area, at that time a tower could go 8, 9, 10 miles out. But since there are other towers in the area, the network designs by either the power output, the down tilt on the antennas, all kinds of factors. The engineers get paid a lot of money to determine the coverage area of these towers, so there's not huge overlap between towers, because they have to reuse signals, everything the way the network works. They want the energy to go into very specific areas, and based on my training and experience, I can determine the approximate coverage area based on the towers utilized and the other towers in the area.
Would the population in a given area go into your equation as far as interference and which tower the cell phone would ping off of?
No, sir, because the capacity of the tower at the time has no impact on what tower the phone chooses.
Okay.
If the tower was too busy, which very, very, very rarely happens, the call would just fail. It would not go out.
Okay. So, what we know based on this is that at 7:29 p.m., the best tower for Yaser's phone was this one over here,
Yes, sir.
which is 2.5 miles away from the tower that pinged off Sarah. I'm sorry.
About, 2.5 miles, yes, sir.
Okay. And there's some general overlap there,
Yes, sir.
so I don't want to mislead anybody, but the technology at the time said that 2 different towers were the most appropriate technology and hardware for the 2 phones with calls that were 3 minutes apart.
Yes, sir. They were, roughly 4 minutes apart, but yes, sir, that, they're mobile phones, so they easily could have been moving at that point. I can't say with that, but those were the 2 towers that were utilized by the devices at that time.
And let's see where's the more good. But all things considered, like we looked at the Said house, if they can use the closest tower, they're going to use the closest tower.
They're going to use, as I stated, the phone is going to utilize the strongest signal with the least amount of interference, generally the closest tower.
Okay. And as you pointed out, we know without a doubt that Edgar Ruiz was reaching out to one of the girls at 6:57 p.m.
Yes, sir. The phone associated with Mr. Ruiz, as I stated, I can't say who was in possession of any of the devices.
And then briefly, sir, you said you were at the apartment, and what was that? When you were the entry agent?
I was a member of the SWAT team. And my primary role was a breacher at that time, so I made the breach of the door to enter the apartment.
And that was when it was believed that Yaser was in the apartment,
Yes, sir.
and it was believed that he escaped out the second-story window or the back patio.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who did the FBI have in charge of that back? What ground assets did you have in charge of that back area?
I don't know, sir. I was not there when it initially happened. The SWAT team was called out to make the breach, but I believe the belief is that he was gone before the SWAT team arrived.
Okay. What surveillance cameras did y'all have on that apartment?
I have no idea, sir.
Okay. No air assets?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. You blew in the door and he was gone?
Yes, sir. SWAT was called out to make the entry, and when we got there, the defendant was no longer there.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Just a brief question, Your Honor. Agent Sedgwick, I'm pulling up your report again.
Yes, ma'am.
Going to page 8, which I believe is the last page, second to the last page of your report. Defense counsel was asking you about the towers.
Yes, ma'am.
associated with the Omni.
Yes, ma'am.
The 10
Next slide, ma'am.
side 8.
8, I'm sorry.
Can you see that there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Cell tower 10502, 10801, and 10872. They're all pinging off of at least the victim's phone or the defendant's phone, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All 3 of those cell towers, are they located in Dallas County, Texas?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
I'll pass the witness.
Anything else on the defense?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
With tower 10801,
Yes, sir.
if you have a 45-minute call, like the one we're talking about here,
Yes, sir.
an open line, as you're moving, if you are, does the phone ever jump towers at that point?
Yes, sir. What's called as referred to a handoff or a handover. So that can happen, and that sometimes gets populated, but it is the last tower. It had usage, but in a very long call like that, it would populate the last phone call or the tower utilized by the phone at the end of the call. That would what would be populated in the call detail records.
So I guess I'm seeking to understand this a little bit better. The tower that's listed here may not have been the only tower that phone pinged off of. It's just the last tower that phone pinged off
It
of.
was the first tower,
The first.
and it was also the last tower that it
Okay.
pinged off of. It was the same tower. I'm going to
So
confirm
there would have
that.
been multiple tower identifications if there were a different start and a different end.
No, sir, not necessarily. The way it works is you can start a call, and the network could, 2 seconds into your call and you not move, switch you to another tower that you're also in the coverage area of. But the records only give me the first tower and the last tower. I don't see any other handoffs within that time frame, if that makes sense.
So this exhibit may not even accurately demonstrate what happened that night. I mean, this is a very limited set of database on what you just explained.
No, sir. What this shows is at 7:33 p.m. at the beginning of that call, that device was in the coverage area of that cell tower.
Correct, but let's say if you were to go to the Omni and you have 3 towers right there, would it still remain connected to that farthest tower?
It possibly could.
Possibly.
It possibly could because there's dominant and then there's coverage area. So the phone's going to choose the dominant, but it might stay on that even though it's a weaker signal, and one of the towers closer to the Omni would be a stronger signal, but they're still usable, so it could stay on that tower.
But we don't know for certain whether that is or what is not. This is just the data that we have at this point.
It ended, the records show that it's utilized the same tower and sector for the beginning of the call and at the end of the call.
Okay. And the Yaser's was over there 2.5 miles away?
His phone at 729 was about 2.5 miles to the east. Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to leave.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, next witness.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state rests.
Thank you. What says the defense?
Your Honor, we're going to have to take up some motions outside the presence of the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take another 15-minute break. Let's be back at 11:30. The record reflects that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and we are outside the presence of the jury.
Your Honor, at this time.
One second. At this time, the court will admit State's Exhibit number 254 for demonstrative purposes only. Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense will move for an instructed verdict. The state has wholly failed to prove venue and the constituent elements of the offense. No one was able to testify that the murders occurred in Dallas County, and there's a complete absence of proof that our client is the person who committed the alleged offense. The 911 call is unintelligible, nor has anyone directly identified the caller's voice, and the state has a gaping unaccounted for time frame between the last time the defendant and the complainants were seen driving in a taxi and the time frame of the discovery of the complainant's bodies. The state has failed to make a prima facie case in its case in chief, and we would move for an instructed verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. What's the state's response?
Your Honor, in response to their directed verdict motion, the evidence is to be viewed in the light most favorable to the non-movement, which is the state. We need to prove a scintilla of evidence to survive a directed verdict. In this case, Your Honor, you've heard from several witnesses that we have met the venue element, as just stated by this agent, Agent Sedgwick. During his testimony, he testified that all of the cell towers were hitting off in Dallas County, Your Honor. We had several of the officers testify that where the girls' bodies were found was in Dallas County. Venue, I believe, properly says it can be where the murder happened or where the bodies were found. And And in addition, I believe defense counsel mentioned an issue with venue as well as identifying the defendant, I believe, was an issue. And I believe that several people have identified the defendant, as well as the victims identified the defendant in the 911 call. It's very audible. It's very clear to understand that she said, "My dad shot me." I don't think there's any issue there. I can't recall all of the issues that defense counsel presented, Your Honor, but as to each and every element, I believe we presented more than enough evidence to submit this to a jury.
Okay. The defense motion. The defense motion for a directed verdict is denied. Are there any other matters the defense wishes to take on outside the presence of the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. The defense ready to proceed?
If you don't mind. Yaser Said, and we would like to hash out ahead of time the parameters of his Fifth Amendment rights.
Okay. Do you want the court to admonish him, or do you want to put certain things on the record before?
Well, I think what we specifically wanted to discuss was that he will be testifying to a certain time frame, and we want to put the state on notice that he's only going to be testifying to this certain time frame, and he understands that he waives his Fifth Amendment privilege to the extent that it's required to be waived for that time frame. He will be asserting his Fifth Amendment right as it relates to anything having to do with the federal indictment. So I guess what we want to do is get this out there before he starts testifying and see if you will, I guess, make a ruling that he will be allowed to assert his Fifth Amendment right as it pertains to anything involving the federal charge, and that the scope of the cross-examination will be limited to what he puts in dispute through his testimony. And I have a couple of cases on that. Brown v. United States, which admittedly is a 1958 case, but it is still good law, cited as recent as 2020, about how the witness can put the issue in dispute and the scope of cross will be limited to what he has put in dispute.
Would you submit that, a
Yes,
copy
I'd be
of that
happy to.
case to the court?
And then we also wanted to put the court and the state on notice of 608B, which is a rule of evidence that does not allow the state to cross-examine a testifying witness with extraneous acts. Now, to the extent that he puts something, there may be exceptions to that, but they cannot impeach him with extraneous bad acts unless it's a conviction. And that's rule of evidence 608B, and I have a case on that as well.
Okay. Would you cite
That's
that?
Rivera v. State.
I'm sorry, say it again?
Rivera v. State.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may. Anything else?
Your Honor, may the record reflect that we have tendered the cases we mentioned to the court.
Yes, the record will so reflect. Is there anything else before I ask for the state's response?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. What's the state's response to the defendant's requests or assertions regarding limiting scope of cross-examination if the defendant chooses to testify, and Rule 608B?
Well, Your Honor, we object to limiting the scope of cross-examination. Now, as to regards to the federal harboring offense, I don't think we have any issue with that. But as for the offense from which he's being tried for, I would like to direct defense counsel to Rule 611 in Texas Rules of Evidence. 611B, scope of cross-examination, a witness may be cross-examined on any matter relevant to any issue in the case, including credibility. Your Honor, we'd like some time to research these cases. We have a case here from 1958, and we just like some time to research and respond, but we object to being limited to the scope of cross-examination if the defendant testifies. And I believe we are able to get into any matter that's relevant for this trial. Further, Your Honor, I mean, just for clarification on the harboring case, Yasin and Islam, we've put on a lot of evidence as that. We're not going to be asking him questions about Yasin and Islam, but the fact that he hid for 12 years is extremely relevant to this case. It shows consciousness of guilt. We should be able to ask him reasons why he hid for 12 years. I don't think we should be precluded from getting into that testimony as well.
Reasons why is one thing. Where he was, who helped him, that's totally different.
I think we should be able to get into that as well, Your Honor.
No.
That's extremely relevant
We
to the
disagree.
case.
Well, Mr. Lawler, if the defendant takes the stand, the state is going to be able to cross-examine him on any relevant issue. That includes whether or not he was hiding from law enforcement, how he was found and detained, and every other thing or matter that is relevant to this capital murder case, if he chooses to take the stand.
But the court understands that the federal government still has an indictment pending against this defendant for running, basically.
I understand that.
Okay.
That's an integral
That has
part of,
nothing to do with
Mr.
it.
Lawler, would you wait till I finish?
Sure.
Okay. Now, that seems to me to be an integral part of the state's case that Mr. Said was on the run, allegedly on the run, and they ought to be able to cross-examine him on that and the fact that he was found. So the state is going to be able to cross-examine him on that.
He's not our exceptionist to the court's ruling.
The record will so reflect. All right, is the defense ready to proceed?
And we have a moment to talk with our client, and the state has requested time to research the issue.
Does the state need further time to research this issue?
My understanding, Judge, is that you've made a ruling that we can get into any relevant matter. If that's the case, then he's open, subject to cross-examination, and we don't need any time.
All right, Mr. Lawler, I'm going to give you and your team another 10 minutes.
Thank you, Judge.
So please be back here at 11:40. Is the defense ready? We're back on the record. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and we are outside the presence of the jury. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, we are ready to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, let's line up the jurors.
Your Honor?
Well, you know, it's almost lunchtime, so do the parties want to take an early break, early lunch break at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Whatever's needed in court.
But before we do that, what were you going to say, counsel?
I would just ask that you be able to take the stand before the jury comes in so that they're not observing him walking up there in chains, or however the court would choose to handle that situation.
Yes, of course. Let's take a break, lunch break till 12:40. So, Deputy Hart, did the jurors leave their notes on their seats?
The notes on the seat.
Okay, good. Instruct the jurors to go to lunch and be back by 12:40.
And Judge, just make sure I understand, so the defendant is going to be testifying?
Yes.
So I would ask that at least the defendant be admonished admonished about his right against self-incrimination, his Fifth Amendment rights before he's testifying, and he formally waives his right against self-incrimination prior to his testimony.
Yes, of course. And we'll do that outside the presence of the jury. So Deputy Hart, go ahead and instruct the jurors to go to lunch. Okay. On the record, Mr. Said. All right. Now, your attorneys just represented to the court that you do indeed want to testify on your own behalf. Is that correct?
Correct.
You understand that you have a right to remain silent. You do not have to testify. And should you choose to testify, you will be subject to cross-examination by the state, just like any other witness. They will be able to try to impeach you with bad acts, if there are any, and any other issues that arises from the evidence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And there is also, of course, the possibility of incriminating yourself while you're testifying. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I know your experienced attorneys have discussed this issue with you. So knowing all the consequences of possibly testifying, do you still want to testify?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Court will break for lunch until 12:40.
Well, Rebecca,
I called it.
you did call it. You did call
I
it.
I knew that he wanted to take the stand. So, for those of you who have been watching or just now tuning in, Yaser Said has said that he is going to take the stand, and I've been saying that I would not be surprised if he did, because I have read the letters that he has written to the judge over the last couple of years that he's been in the Dallas County Jail. And in those letters, he rambles about basically being a victim and like they're targeting him and his family. He says, yes, I did not like the fact that my daughters were dating or who they were dating, but I didn't kill him. He does say that, but it did not surprise me based on what people are saying. He's controlling his personality. It's very much what
he was
somebody
trying
with
to
narcissistic behavior would do.
Right, and but he was also trying to control, or his attorneys were trying to control what the state could ask. So you want to take the stand, but you want to tell the state, oh, you can't ask about this and you can't ask about that. And the judge said, no.
Well, he didn't want to testify about.
He wanted to pick and choose.
Well, he didn't want to. He really didn't want to testify about the harboring charges that the FBI has, and he did not want to talk about who helped hide him. And well, that's part of the prosecution's case. He hid for 12 years after his daughters.
Well, I think that's
were killed.
because they think there are other family members that were involved in that. I mean, obviously his son Islam and his brother Yasim went to federal prison for hiding him, and the FBI got surveillance video showing them coming to and from, but it's pretty clear they thought there were others.
Yeah, because remember
in that effort
in Bedford, when he was nearly caught a couple of years before he was caught in Justin, when they went into that apartment that was being rented by his son Islam, they found passports and other documentation of one of his other brothers.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see, and he probably wants to have something to say about Patricia.
Well,
and I think he wants to bring up Joseph.
I think it could be quite explosive testimony. It because everything we know about him for the last 4 years, 14 years, will be interesting to see what happens when female prosecutors begin questioning him.
Most definitely. And, one of the things that he also didn't want to talk about was prior acts. He's been accused of although not convicted, and it was recanted, of the daughters who said that he had sexually abused them. And then there was this allegation that he had run over and killed a guy in Egypt before coming to the States that Patricia has openly spoken about in the past. So it'll be interesting to see if they try to bring that up to also,
You think he's going to testify in English?
Well, he's got the translator. Clearly, his answers are very clear when he's speaking English, but he does have the translator. So I feel like maybe he's going to answer some questions, yes, no, and others he'll go through the translator.
I've kind of felt like the translator's there to make sure that he understands, like what's happening, because I think his English is, probably when it comes to like court stuff, maybe somewhat limited. But,
and the legal stuff is, can be a little hard for some people to grasp if English isn't your first language.
Right.
But I, and then I did find, that the state rested their case earlier today, and the last witnesses on the stand were one of the FBI agents who was in charge of the arrest.
Right.
And I was expecting them to play the video of the arrest, but they did show inside the house where he was caught. They showed food and a wig.
And
what did you make of the wig? I thought that was very
the wig
interesting.
Is kind of bizarre. But the secret room. I mean, they had built this secret room, apparently in an effort that if the house ever got raided, so he could close a trap door and hide.
Yeah, and all that was in that room was a cot, and everywhere else there was there was a little kitchen. They said it was 2 bedrooms, and so clearly they saw him going back and forth. And the fact that they did not bring a DNA expert up, though, to say that those cigarettes.
Yeah. But maybe it's because he's in the house.
He's in the house, so
what's the point? I guess at that, but because they did do it with the at the place in Bedford when they raided the apartment in Bedford.
Yeah, and that one they had to do relational DNA,
right,
because
they didn't have him yet.
Right. And then the other thing is they ended, I was surprised with the final witness was a cell phone expert who basically said that Yaser Said definitely made that call. It was interesting because apparently Patricia tried to call him like 4 minutes before Sarah called.
7:29 p.m. the call comes from Patricia. Remember, Patricia testified that she had made a call to Yaser to say, hey, you know, can Islam and I join you at the Denny's?
Mm-hmm.
And he had said, no, I'm getting gas and I'll be home.
Yeah.
And then 4 minutes later,
she makes the 911 call saying that her dad has shot her. Then there's no other calls. I mean, the cell towers show that they're both obviously within a couple of miles of each other. In fact, when that last call comes in, he's 2 miles away. But by that time, maybe they've already been shot.
I
it's
think
kind of hard to tell.
I think the evidence showing that that Yaser and Sarah's cell phones are right there together is pretty powerful stuff. I mean, it's powerful circumstantial evidence. Well, there's a lot of powerful circumstantial evidence in this case, but I still think you can't get around that 911 call.
No, and then that he never uses that phone again. Like that phone, they never are able.
Well, that's
to
evidence
show
of,
that
of guilt.
he turned it off, or he threw it away, or whatever you want to say. It never pinged again anywhere
Right.
after Sarah's 911 call, and then the one and the call from Patricia. So yeah, he must have tossed the phone.
Let's see. Folks are asking us, why is this not a death penalty case? That's because the district attorney's office chose not to make it a death penalty case. And
Yeah.
I think their rationale was given his age and the length of time it usually takes in the appellate process.
And the cost, honestly, it does pay a factor.
Well, and it takes somewhere between 10 and 15 years in the appellate process. So,
I mean, it is definitely by law, it's a death penalty case. He's charged with capital murder, and I mean, they could have sought the death penalty if they wanted, but in this case, if he's convicted, he'll serve life in prison.
he's never getting out if he gets convicted.
No.
Will anybody else testify? I don't know. That's an interesting question. We of course waiting to see. The defense has subpoenaed Joseph Moreno.
Well, they're using the prosecution subpoena on that one.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they're going to put him up. I don't know if they're going to put him on or not. I don't know.
I feel like they want to continue to try to cast this doubt that there were other, that there might have been other suspects that's what they keep harboring on, that there were other suspects that never got looked at, which I honestly think that that's one of the things that Yaser Said plans to testify is, well, why weren't you looking at Joseph, or why weren't you looking at Edgar and Eric?
How about because you left with
Patricia
the girls and then you disappeared?
Yeah, you disappeared for 12 years and they couldn't find you. So it's going to be really, like you said, explosive testimony. And again, I'm not shocked that he is taking the stand. His attorneys clearly did not want him to. And I thought it was interesting. They asked the judge right before the break if he could be taken up and be on the stand so that the jury does not see him walk up there in shackles and chains and shackles.
Well,
and
and
shackles and handcuffs.
she was very explicit in her admonishments to Yaser, basically making it clear, like, nothing's off limits, dude. They're going to ask you this stuff. So, I'm not going to direct the prosecution not to ask you things. And so she was really explicit with him. And then it's probably some legal reasoning. I'm sure that's a legal kind of thing.
Well, I'm sure it's a legal kind of thing. And now his attorneys have also said, if he chooses to take the fifth, he can. I mean, he does not have to incriminate himself. If he gets up there and prosecution asks him a question that he doesn't want to answer, he could just plead the fifth on it. So I feel like he's going to try to basically say that he's being picked on by the federal government of the United States.
Muslim,
and if you look at some of the people that there was a witness that came, or not witness, a visitor that came to the jail who was an expert, former, I believe, FBI agent who came to see him, and that person had been on one of the terrorism task force. So I don't know why he went there to go talk to Yaser, but he was definitely.
I never knew what to
there.
make of that.
I don't either.
That was an odd, but there are lots of odd things about this case. Not. I don't know that I can recall in my career a case that I've covered where a murder occurred and then 14 years later we're covering the trial. I mean, it's kind of extraordinary in a lot of ways.
Well, and I think that they're trying to say that the federal government should have had jurisdiction of this case. For some reason, the defense keeps harping on that, but they really don't. I mean, murder is a state as a state crime unless it happens, like they said, on a reservation or a federal agent, or like the Murrah building that got bombed by Timothy McVeigh. That was a federal case. It happened on federal property, so that's why Timothy McVeigh was executed for his crimes. But in this case, they really don't have jurisdiction. It is a state case. It is a state murder
And the only reason
charge.
the FBI got involved was because he became a fugitive.
fugitive.
And that's what, and of course, early on, there was a belief that he might have fled the country. And, one of the agents testified that he thinks he did leave, or maybe I can't.
Oh, yeah.
That might have been a police officer that testified.
Well,
they actually did think he left.
And it was interesting, in the house that was apparently owned by his nieces, they did find his Egyptian passport in there, and they have found, so what was he doing? And in the car, they had also found passports in the taxi cab. So,
well, when the girls were
originally.
Anybody else have any more questions for us?
Oh, I think she's. What did that question about who owned the car,
Well,
or the car?
And
The niece on that. Yeah, and kept a registered car there. Yeah, there was a car there that they couldn't make why it didn't ever move, and they basically said that the reason was they were it was a ruse to try to deflect any kind of suspicion on that house.
Jeff wants to know, why does this trial seem so fast compared to others I've been watching? I don't know. This feels like a normal rhythm for me. Normal trial runs about 5-6 days. And it also depends on, in this case, we're not going to, if he's convicted, when and if he's convicted, there won't be a punishment phase like there would normally be, which would usually last about another 3 days. Because if he's convicted, he gets sentenced to life in prison without parole. There won't be a second phase.
I've covered capital murder trials that literally are done in a week with a verdict and everything. So,
and somebody just mentioned Amber Geiger. Amber Geiger was about 8 days.
8 days, yeah.
I think it was about 5 days for the guilt innocence, and then about 3 days for punishment. So that's pretty standard.
And then you've got the case of Shamir Mir. That one went about a week and a half as well. So.
Yeah, trials that go longer than that are actually the extraordinary ones. I would say anything that goes,
past a week and a half.
Or if folks are thinking about like Johnny Depp or
O.J.
Alex
Simpson
Jones or something, those are really unusual for how long they went, and a lot of times that has to do with, like in OJ, it was the judge not taking control. But so a long time ago. Let's see if anybody has any more questions here for us. Let's see, Tanya, they showed a .38 weapon. I think they're referring to the. Oh, I think Delta. You're referring to the weapon they found in the house in Justin. They never recovered the actual murder weapon.
Then they found bullets, and remember, they also, after the murder, shortly after that, they found that. I'm sorry.
They found a box of ammo. Okay, after the murders, they found a box of ammo in the house in Louisville. But when they arrested him 12 years later, they found another gun and a bunch of ammo in that house in Justin, but they've never found the actual murder weapon.
And I don't believe that there were any ballistics that they were able to actually match. Now, the bullets that were found at the crime scene and the bullets that they found in that taxi cab were similar to the ones in that gun box that were where he kept his bullets. That Patricia turned over to the Louisville Police Department.
Okay, so Gretchen has a question. What are your thoughts about the defense lawyers, the judge? I'll let you answer that one.
Look, the defense lawyers are court appointed. They are doing the best they can with a very difficult case. I do think that at times,
and whether we like Yaser Said or not, that's irrelevant. Everybody is afforded.
He's afforded. Yeah,
that's part of our system.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, look, at the end of the day, they have a very, uphill, steep climb for his defense, and so I feel like they're doing the best they can to try to cast some doubt. Now, I will tell you, I have seen juries do some crazy things. Also, if you just put a little bit of doubt, the fact
we saw that in Shamir, where you had one holdout juror who decided,
it was all circumstantial and there was no physical evidence. And the fact that the defense is saying, look, no one can put him at the actual crime scene. No one saw him. There's no ballistics that match him. You never found the gun. You don't have any eyewitnesses.
But then the next trial, he gets convicted, no problem.
Yeah,
So,
but then
you know,
Shamir, yeah, but in this case, that's they really just want to target that one person who may not be able to get past the circumstantial evidence in this case and say, well, look, you don't actually have any physical evidence that links Yaser Said to this murder, and that's what the defense, they want a hung jury is what they're hoping for, but.
so we get to do it all
but
over again.
But you still don't get past the 911 call and the dying declaration from Sarah Said. That's a really tough one.
Somebody wants to know if we think Patricia will be recalled.
Maybe.
I could see it. I mean, they didn't release her, so they might have saved some stuff up from her. You know, one of the things she testified to that we thought, could be something is they very pointedly asked her if she'd ever had contact with Yaser again after. And so, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I've always wanted to know that because at the same time, while she says she never ever had contact with him, she moved in with his family, and she and her son. They moved in with Yaser Said's family, who were clearly in contact with Yaser Said through all of these years. And I think it'll be really interesting. One of the things I want to know is how he got out of Irving so quickly and so fast. Did he have help? Who did he call? And I hope that they ask that question. Who did you call to come get you after
He's going to take
you
the
dump
on that.
after you dump the car? Yeah, but that's who helped him get out of Irving. The defense has tried to say that, well, you don't have any video of him. Where's all the surveillance footage? But remember, back then they didn't really record it. A lot of stuff.
It was different.
It was
different. I mean, 14 years ago, you didn't have as much video surveillance. I mean, it was a kind of a little bit different world. You didn't have body cams yet, so I mean,
No.
things are just different.
Yeah.
So, folks are continuing to ask, why has Patricia not been charged?
I feel like if you listen to the way that the prosecution questioned her, I think that they see her as a domestic violence victim and a mom that was afraid. And did she really believe that he was going to kill her daughters?
You'd have to have evidence of that.
That there was.
And just from a perspective of just making a case here, you need her more as a witness in this case, because she's the person who places Yaser leaving with the girls
in that cab
night, with the girls leaving that night. So even if you had the evidence to charge her, which I'm not saying they do,
Now, if he says on the stand, oh yeah, she was she helped me, in my escape or whatever, then they can come back and probably charge her for harboring. But I don't
know the statute of limitations on that.
Maybe it might be.
Of course, if it's connected to a murder, I don't know.
I don't know. That's an interesting question. We're not lawyers, so we don't.
I mean,
we know the answer to that.
We know plenty of things, but I don't know. We know the answer on that one. How is the jury reacting to the testimony? Well, I hate to say we're actually not sitting in the courtroom. In order for us to log sound and keep up with everything, so we can get stuff actually also on TV, we're sitting just outside the courtroom because we obviously can't have our laptops out in the courtroom. So I would love to be able to sit in the courtroom and watch the jury and watch the reactions, but just from a logistical perspective, we're not able to do that. But we've heard the judge address the jury several times about taking notes and stuff. So it seems like they're pretty attentive. If they're taking notes, they're attentive, they're paying attention. Is kind of the impression I have. Christy's asking, where is the son and will he testify? Well,
He's
Islam,
in prison.
I kind of doubt it.
I don't think that he'll testify. He is in a federal prison. I'm not sure where they moved in, which federal prison he's in, but he got. I believe he's the one that confessed. Yasin, his brother, who's also seen in that video, according to the FBI, taking food to him. I believe they're the reason they only charge those two is because they actually physically can put them at the house. It appears that they're helping Yaser with
got video surveillance
food,
of
and
that.
they've got surveillance and all of that. And they're helping him, and they throw away the trash that they can link to them that they took out of that house that they dump in front of.
I thought it was wild that they used a plane.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
I
was
was like-
surprising to me
I was
too.
like, they're using a plane like
That's
to
flying over
surveil
the-
him. You know, that's the kind of stuff like you hear they're looking for a terrorist leader in Iraq
Well,
or
and it was-
Afghanistan. I
Well,
mean,
and
wow.
it's interesting because they keep asking the defense says, well, how much did the FBI spend on this and how many hundreds of hours and thousands of hours and money? But the FBI agent said, well, that's what we would do for somebody that's on the top 10 most wanted list. I mean, remember, the top 10 most wanted list is very difficult to get on. It is the 10 most wanted in the world
he was
by
right
the
by
FBI.
Osama bin
He was
Laden.
right there with Osama bin Laden on the same 10 most wanted list
Yeah.
as him. And then the only other time that I know of a Dallas case that recently was Brenda Delgado. She's the woman that was convicted of hiring a hitman to kill a Dallas dentist a few years back. She made that list too because she fled to Mexico. And so they really wanted to catch her. So she somehow made that list as well. But Yaser was on that list for a until he was caught.
Well, he was put
went
on
on
it.
it in 2014.
Yeah, and so,
So-
obviously he was caught in 2022.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Well, we're going to wrap it up because I'm going to finish writing up a quick web story that we can get posted before his testimony.
I'm
kicks
sorry.
in.
There just as real quickly this question regarding rule of evidence. 608B suggested by defense. Can he not be questioned about prior abuse or why he fled? No, the judge basically said
The judge did not limit.
No, she did not limit.
She
They
left-
wanted to limit the scope on that, but the judge said no.
Why did Patricia stay home when Yaser took the daughters to dinner?
He wouldn't let him go.
Well, and that's the question that there's a lot of things that we'll never understand. I'll never understand why she leaves and then comes back. I'll never understand why she goes over to Edgar's house and gets Amina, and I'll never understand why she lets the girls go with Yaser. So those are things that I
think
won't
a lot
ever
of
understand.
people are hung up on that, but you have to also remember this is a woman who was, and I'm not, in any way defending anybody's actions, but he met her at 14 years old, married her at 15. She had 3 kids before her 18th birthday by Yaser Said, and according to her and other people, he was very abusive and controlling and violent, and domestic violence victims sometimes don't make the best choices, even when it comes to their children. And I'm not making excuses, but I've done a lot of stories on domestic violence, and they are women that are controlled and they are very much in fear. And so while I don't excuse what she did, if you look at the psyche of domestic violence victims, you somewhat kind of understand.
I do. It's just hard.
It is hard.
Even 14 years later, it's
Yeah.
still hard. All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up. So the lunch break is going to end at 12:40. There's going to put Yaser Said on the stand. The judge is not limiting in any way the things he can be asked. The defense requested that he not be that the jury not see him in shackles, and the judge agreed to that. And so we'll see what he has to say.
I expect a lot of, I believe a lot of, I am the victim and I'm being targeted for my culture.
All right, bye, guys. Have a good one.
Yes, thank you for reminding me.
Your Honor, since it is the defendant's case, the defendant's case in chief, can I remove the state's admonishment or the?
You can.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench as well? There's photos on the bench as well we're going to take down.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Submit all the exhibits to the court reporter.
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Holt, would you give him a clear mask?
He does have a clear.
Oh, he does? Okay. Do you mind moving that monitor, counsel? Okay. And he can remain seated.
Is that okay, Judge?
Yes, that's fine. I'll have him sworn in front of the jury, but he can remain seated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Please be seated. We're on the record. Reflect that the defendant is present, as are his attorneys. The state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. Mr. Said, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
تحلف بقول الحقيقة كل الحقيقة ولا شيء غير الحقيقة اليوم ليوفقك الله. نعم أو لا. Yes.
Thank you. Defense may proceed.
Thank you,
You
Your
want
Honor.
to swear in the interpreter?
She's already been sworn, have you not, ma'am? Earlier on?
Not today, but in the
Yes,
beginning
she's
of
still
the
under
trial.
oath.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Yaser,
Okay, 1 second.
Your Honor, may I place this, it says the word Arabic on it as a reminder for the defendant to keep his statements in Arabic for the clarity of the records, as a
Okay.
reminder?
Well, let me admonish him then.
Thank you.
Mr. Said, if you will interpret at the same time that as I am speaking, you are to speak in Arabic only, okay?
Yes.
So that your interpreter will interpret from Arabic to English, so as not to cause any confusion of the record.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Defense may proceed.
thank you, Your Honor. Yaser, could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
اسمك معي.
Yaser Said.
Yaser Said.
And ma'am, could you spell it for the record?
That's my name.
YASSER
Said. S-A-I-D.
SAID.
Okay. Yaser, where were you born?
مكان ولادتك.
اتولدت في سينا.
سيناي.
And what country is that located in?
أي بلد؟
مصر.
Egypt.
When did you move to the United States of America?
إمتى جيت على أمريكا؟
تقريبا في أوائل ال 83 يعني.
In the beginning of year 83.
Do you recall which year you became a naturalized citizen of the United States?
إمتى صرت أمريكي جنسية؟ I don't remember.
Okay, was it, but you are a naturalized citizen of the United States?
ولكنك أنت مجنس مع جنسية أمريكية صحيح؟ Yes, I am.
Now, during your time here, you later met and married Patricia, correct?
أيضا تزوجت باتريشيا صحيح؟
صحيح.
Yes.
And you had your 3 children together.
عندي أولاد مع بعض صحيح؟ Yes.
Now, fast forwarding a little bit, I believe we should discuss what happened on January 1st, 2008.
بنرجع شوي لجانوري 1 2008.
Can you explain to the jury, let's start with that afternoon when Amina comes home.
نرجع للمساء ل 2008 لما رجعت أمينة على البيت.
قابلتهم عادي يعني مفيش مشكلة. كنت عايز أحل المشكلة معهم.
I met them normally, like always, and I wanted to solve the problem.
And by the problem, you mean you were upset that they had run away with these boys and who specifically they were dating at that time.
ولكن كنت زعلان لأنه كانوا مع أصدقائهم الصبيان صحيح؟
بالطبع لأن ده الثقافة بتاعتنا وكنت زعلان
Did the interpreter move forward to the table? Yes, so that Mr. Said looked up that she was wrong.
Yes, I was normally, I was upset because in my culture it's something to get upset about.
Okay. But you also, you did not kill your daughters, did you?
ولكنك ما قتلت بناتك صحيح؟ For sure did not.
Okay. Now, what happens after Amina gets home? Where do y'all decide to go?
إجوا بناتك رحتوا فين؟ So we took the 121 and then took Highway 14.
Okay. Let me back up just a little bit. You were not going to dinner. You were just going to drive around to talk to your daughters about what was going on at home. Is that correct?
كنت رايح تتعشى كنت رايح تحكي أنت وياهم
كنت رايح وفي نفس الوقت كنت في بلان يعني العشاء بس لما حسيت إن حتى وراي غيرت غيرت شعري.
I was planning to take them to dinner and have a talk over the dinner, but I felt somebody was following me, so I did not continue.
At what point do you, if you remember, and I know this is a long time ago, but how soon after you left the home did you feel like you were being followed?
ما حسيتش بيهم في 121 لكن لما دخلت 114 حسيت ان في زي
When I was going down 121, I didn't suspect anything, but when I went on Route 14, I felt somebody was following me.
Did you discuss this with your daughters?
حكيت لهم كل شيء.
قلت له ان في شعر ان في سيارة او اكتر من سيارة بالطريق.
I told them, I think there is one car or more than one car following us.
Who, did you have any idea who you thought might be following you?
مين اعتقدت لها؟
بالليل السيارة اللي وراك بتشوفي النور ما تقدريش تشوفي اوصاف السيارة. يعني تشوفي لايت بس ما تقدريش تشوفي نوع السيارة او مين اللي فيه.
Because of the headlights, you could see a car, you could see there is people in the car, but you cannot tell who is in the car.
At this point, what decision do you make because you're feeling like you're being followed?
خدت مسار من 114 باتجاه اللانش في كلاب اسمه لانش لأن ده فيه كان ستاند إن كيس إن مساعدة.
I took the 114 and then I went toward the Lodge Club because it has a cab stand in case I needed to stop.
And were you familiar with other drivers that were frequently at the lodge cab stand? You weren't going to the facility, right? You were going to the cab stand.
ما كنت داخل على البناية، كنت داخل على الكاب ستاند صحيح.
كنت داخل عشان أشوف مين في الستاند، لقيت الستاند فاضي مفيش سيارة.
I was seeing who is in the stand and I saw no cars. The stand was empty.
Okay. Why was it important to you to have witnesses at this location? Why were you choosing to first go to this location?
ليش اخترت هذا المكان؟ ليش مهم لك هذا المكان؟
لأن معظم اللي فيه عارفيني أصحابي وفيش شيء من الأمان، يعني شعور بالأمان ألجأ لناس أعرفهم.
I would know many of the people there. They are my friends, and the security that would give me, the feeling of being secure.
Were you feeling the need for security because you felt like you were being followed?
إذن محتاج للأمان لأنه أنت الناس عم تلحق صحيح؟
أكيد أنا حياتي في خطر.
Certainly, I felt my life is in danger and I needed that.
Now, because the situation was not what you thought it would be when you got there, what decision did you make next?
وصلت لهونيك الوضع مش زي ما أنت متوقع، شو القرار اللي أخذته بعد كده؟
أنا وقفت ريفر سايد درايف قبل الضغط، وقفت وقررت إن أنا حسيت إن أنا مستهدف شخصيا مش مستهدف، ودول مش هيأذوني بس أصحابهم خلوهم يحلوا المشكلة مع بعض. يعني قررت إن أنا أحكم نفسي لأن شعرت بالخطر مستهدف شخصيا.
Would you have him speak into the microphone?
You want him to speak in the microphone,
Yes,
Your Honor? Okay.
You can hear.
So I have a microphone. Interpreter would like to clarify. وقفت Riverside Drive بعدين.
فتحت الباب واختفيت في المنطقة اللي هي مقابل منطقة غابية شوية فيها شجر وكده ومفيش وقت في المنطقة دي خالص، فاختفيت هناك قلت أنا أمشي وأسيب.
So I stopped at Riverside Drive. I opened the door and I ran into across to a wooden and tree area, and I thought if they are my daughter's friend, let them solve the problem together if they have issues.
And backing up a little bit, Yaser, I know that there's a lot going on right now with this testimony, and you have not had anybody hear your side in 14 years, but we need to make sure that we can flesh out some of these details for the jury, okay? At what point did you communicate this plan with the girls to leave them with the car? I mean, are you communicating with them during the drive around? Can you elaborate on that a little bit, or explain that a little bit?
قلت لهم الخطة بتاعتك إنه أنت هتسيبهم وتمشي خلال ما كنتوا مع بعض لبناتك، شو قلت لهم؟
تتصرف السيارة معكم، بيسوق بيعرف يسوق.
I told them the car is yours, you do whatever you want. Since they know how to drive, I left the car for them.
When you said you exited Riverside, do you remember specifically what where did you pull over and exit the cab?
وين بالضبط ونزلت من السيارة على ريفر سايد وين؟
وين؟
وين يعني مكان.
Like where, not when.
ها
Interpreter saying when is an Arabic word.
I apologize.
mean where.
اوكي انا اللي افتكره ان في دارت ستيشن مش بعيد عن المكان. دارت ستيشن اللي هو الباصات محطة الباصات.
Okay, there was a bus station nearby.
I don't know exactly يعني المسافة لكن في الحدود دي يعني.
In that approximate location, but I don't know where exactly, but it's a bus station.
Was it near the Irving Convention Center?
جنب مركز المؤتمرات تبع إيرفن.
هو المحطة يعني ليها بتبص على 114.
So that station overlooks the 114 or faces it,
and Riverside Drive.
and Riverside would be the cross street.
And why did you choose that location at that time to leave the girls with the cab and walk away on foot?
ليش اخترت هذا الموقع لتسيب بناتك وتروح على رجليك؟
إن دارك ستيشن فيها سيرفيلانس كمان وفيها لايت كأنها بالنهار فيها برق يعني في لايت في
Because the bus station is well lit, like daylight, and it has also many surveillance cameras.
So you believe that you were leaving them in a safe place in order for you to take off on foot?
إذا اعتقدت إنه أنت تاركهم بمكان آمن وفينك تروح صحيح؟
كنت أعتقد هذا لكن
I was thinking this way, but unfortunately not.
And when you left on foot, am I correct from what you said earlier that you believed that if there was a threat, that threat would follow you?
إذا كنت خايف اللي كانوا بالسيارة يلحقوك إلك؟
طبعا أنا اعتقدت إن هو الموضوع التخلص مني أنا شخصيا.
Of course, because I was thinking they were trying to get off me personally.
Now, at this point, you said you crossed Riverside, if I understand your testimony correctly. And can you describe the area there? Are there buildings? Are there woods? What is on the other side of Riverside?
إذا قطعت من ريفرسايد موجود إيه في الجهة المقابلة؟ اشرح لي وصف لي.
في الوقت ده يعني بتتكلمي 14 سنة فاتوا ما كانش فيه لايت ما كانش فيه بيلدينج بيزنس كانت يعني منطقة الناحية التانية أنا بتكلم.
The area across 14 years ago was kind of a rural area. You would not see it as today where there's many buildings I could describe.
And I want to be perfectly clear on this. When you left the girls in the cab, they were alive and well, correct?
Certainly.
Now, what was the plan? Were you going to meet them somewhere else, meet them at home? When you decided to leave on foot to potentially draw this threat away and leaving them with the car, when were you going to reconnect with your daughters?
سبتهم وقررت تمشي. شو المخطط انت وياهم؟ تعمل ايه؟ يروحوا فين؟
الحقيقة ما كانش عندي خطة معينة في الوقت ده بس
At that point, I did not have a plan in mind.
كانش في خطة وكان شيء على فكرة على أساس أشوف حد من أصدقائي أو كده في المنطقة.
I went on foot, hoping that I will see one of my friends and maybe he will give me a ride, but I did not have a specific plan of what to do at that point for them also.
And that in part because of, was there a sense of urgency? Were you scared about the situation?
دي تعتبر كأن واحد يتبعك وانت معاكي your kids. That's very dangerous. يعني it's like كأنه اغتيال.
I felt close to somebody will be coming and assassinating me while I have my children with me. So yes, it was a scary situation.
Now, for the rest of the night, you stay on foot, is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
You, when do you first learn, when do you first start to hear about what has happened to your daughters?
كنت في الوقت اللي أنا وصلت في الوفاة هاوس بس مش عارف how long it took. مش قاعد فاخدت وقت كده.
It took me some time to get into the Waffle House. I don't know how long because I was going on my feet.
وأنا في الوقت ده بدأت أسمع كلام الناس قريبين فيها في صوت حاجة حصلت.
When I arrived, or as soon as I arrived, I heard that something has happened to somebody, but I don't know who. When I arrived to the Waffle House, I heard some talking about some accident, but I wasn't sure what was it about.
And now, is the wooded area, oh, I'm sorry, yes.
They were talking about the accident. And that's how I know there was an accident.
And then you later learned that, in fact, it wasn't an accident, that your daughters had been murdered?
Certainly.
Now, Yaser, none of us were there that night. And we're all here together now. If you could go back in time, would you have still made the same decision that you did in that moment to leave on foot and leave the girls with the cab?
لو رجع بيك الزمن تاخد نفس القرار وبتسيب بناتك بالسيارة وبتمشي على رجليك؟
قرار غبي جدا.
Definitely not, because this was a very stupid decision that I made.
And then sometime after those morning hours is when you finally learned actually the reality of the situation. Is that fair? Correct?
بالصبح عرفت حقيقة الموضوع، صحيح؟ Yes.
And given who you are and where you came from, what was your initial reaction to the allegations that you started hearing on the news and when you saw your daughters dead on the news?
رأيك إيه لما سمعت وشفت اللي حصل ببناتك والادعاءات ضدك؟
طريقة التغطية الإعلامية كانت شديدة للغاية وغير مسبوقة، ما حصلتش في قضية من هذا النوع.
The coverage for this case was kind of abnormal, one of its kind, and maybe harsh.
During that evening when you're on foot and into those morning hours, did your phone have power? Did it have service? Did you turn it off? What was the status of your cell phone at that time?
I did not have a phone.
Okay. Thank you, Yaser. No further questions at this time. I'll pass it over.
Thank you, Your Honor. You became a naturalized citizen August 19th of 1999, isn't that right?
كنت جاي لسه من كنت في فاكيشن مع العيلة يعني كنت في فاكيشن ورجعت رحت اشتريت خدت
I was in Egypt on a vacation with my family, and as soon as I came back, I got naturalized.
So that's a yes, correct?
إذا نعم، جوابك نعم.
أعتقد
I think so.
Okay, so you know how to speak and understand the English language, right?
تفهم وتتكلم إنجليزي؟
أعرف إنجليزي.
Yes.
And as a cab driver, you have to communicate with the patrons, right?
وأنت سائق سيارة شوفير يعني فلازم تتواصل مع الناس اللي راكبين معك بالعربية صحيح؟
بالتأكيد بس إحنا ما بنحكيش قصص مع الزبون يعني.
Certainly, but we do not start saying stories with them.
Sure, but they have to tell you where they're going, right?
ولكن على الأقل بتقول لهم وين رايح.
بالتأكيد المعلومات اللي هي فقط للشغل مطلوبة.
Whatever my work demands me to say so.
So that's a yes.
إذا نعم، جوابك نعم.
الحمد لله ناويين نطلب من الكاستمر اللي يقول لنا بس هو المطلوب.
Whatever the customer wants.
So you have to understand them to communicate. That's a yes.
إذا بدك تفهم الزبون لتتواصل معه صحيح؟ Of course.
Okay. Going back to 114 in the Lodge Club, that is a gentleman's club, isn't it?
114 واللodge هذا مكان gentleman club يعني نادي للرجال صحيح؟ Almost yes.
It's a gentleman's strip club, right?
إذا هو مكان نادي مراد يعني صحيح؟
مش الرجال بس أحيانا.
Not only men, also women, yes.
Okay, but it's a nightclub, strip club. You work there often.
I would object to relevance. He did not stop at that club. What the nature of that business is not relative to disprove or disprove any material fact in this case. We would object before, Your Honor.
What's the state's response?
Your Honor, he just testified on direct that he attempted to go to the cab stand, so no cars. Cab stand was empty, thought it was his friend's permissible area to look into. He just testified on direct.
Your objection's overruled.
You were going to stop at the Lodge Club, right?
كنت رايح توقف باللodge club صحيح؟
كنت عاوز أتأكد في سيارة توقفت ولا لا.
I needed to park at their cab stand and I wanted to make sure there was cars.
So did you stop or did you not stop?
هل وقفت أم ما وقفت؟ I did not stop.
But there was security there, right?
ولكن كان في حراسة هناك صحيح أمن.
أنا ما أعرفش السكيورتي خاص بالكلوب اللي جوه الكلوب مش بره يعني الباركنج لوت في تاكسي بيكون موقوف واقفين مالناش دعوة بالسكيورتي.
There's taxis who stand out there, has nothing to do with security. Security of the club is normally inside the club.
So the club had security, correct?
إذا النادي عنده حراس أمن.
One security when he was taking care of the inside, he takes sometimes dancers to the car.
Only one security, and he wasn't looks around, and he takes the dancers to their car sometimes.
So the club had security, yes.
إذا في حراسة أمن.
Okay.
Yes.
You didn't tell security that you were being followed, right? You didn't stop. You didn't tell them that you needed help.
ما قلت للأمن إنه أنت عندك مشكلة وتحتاج لمساعدة صحيح؟
هو السكيورتي مش واقف بره أصلا.
Security was not outside to begin with.
But you could have gone inside and told them you were scared.
ولكن كان فينا تدخل وتقول لهم خايف.
فكرت في دماغي لأن معايا بنتين في السيارة عشان أخدهم خلاص عشان أسأل السكيورتي قررت أمشي على طول لأن في مناظر كده.
I did not have that idea at that moment. My girls were with me, and I didn't want to take them into the club with me.
And you didn't want to leave them alone either, right?
ولكنك ما بدك تتركهم معهم بالسيارة صحيح؟ وإذا ماكش عايز أيضا تتركهم بالسيارة وحدهم.
عند الكلاب يعني؟
At the club you mean?
Ever. You
Yes.
never wanted to leave them alone. And you didn't want to leave them alone at the club.
ما لازم تتركهم بأي مكان لوحدهم، وحتى بالكلاب كمان أنت ما حسيت إنه المفروض تتركهم.
الوقت يختلف بين الكلاب وبين الموقف اللي أنا كنت فيه، لكن الموقف الأولاني
There is a difference between the first situation and the club.
Patricia called you on your phone, didn't she?
باتريشيا اتصلت فيك على الهاتف صحيح؟
أنا بس ما عنديش تفاصيل المكالمة، مش فاكر.
I remember, but I don't know details of that call. I don't remember it.
مكالمة قصيرة جدا.
It was a very short phone call.
So you did have your phone with you.
إذا كان عندك الهاتف معك.
كانت في السيارة.
In the car. I had it in the car.
Right, so you had a phone with you.
بالسيارة كان معك هاتف. بالسيارة كان معك هاتف. In the car.
You didn't tell Patricia that you were scared that someone was following you.
ما قلت لباتريشيا إنه في حدا لاحقك وأنت خايف.
لا.
No, I did not tell her.
Because you weren't scared.
لأنك ما كنت خايف. لأنك ما كنتش خايف.
إزاي واحد ما يخافش وفي ناس بيلحقوه بالسيارة؟ يعني إزاي؟
How would someone be not scared when someone is following him, another car is following him?
You didn't call 911?
ما اتصلت بالشرطة.
لا ما
No, I did not call the police.
Why not?
ليش؟
لأن كنت معتمد على أمور على التليفون أشوف أصحابي سافرتهم ممكن دي خطوة تانية.
This was my next step after stopping by the cab and check if there was any of my friends at the cab.
But you didn't ever call 911.
ولكن ما اتصلت أبدا بالشرطة. No.
So you stopped at Riverside, that's the DART station?
Riverside اسمها DART station?
أعتقد اسمها.
I think so.
Did you or did you not? You just said you did.
هلا ذكرت إنك نعم.
بتحط فيها الباصات بتخش فيها الباصات وبتطلع برا.
All I know that buses go there and leave from there. That's all I know.
Okay, so it was a bus area.
Yes, yes, exactly.
And you decided to leave the car and leave your two daughters in the car by themselves.
I did not expect anyone would harm them.
Right, because you were scared they were going to harm you, right?
لأنك خايف يأذوك لإلك صحيح. I was thinking someone sent them after me to harm me and not my girls.
So, what did you do with your gun?
عملت إيه بمسدس؟
أنا حضرتك بشتغل between the chair, the door foot was في جزء foot بين الشير. فأحيانا كنت كل المسدس أحيانا لما بشتغل بالمنطقة خطر.
Because it's a dangerous area where I'm going to work at night, I would take my gun with me and place it between the seat and the cubby, but not every day.
You left the gun in the car, is that what you're saying?
إذا بتقول إنك تركت المسدس بالعربية؟ Yes.
But you were so scared you didn't take the gun with you.
خايف جدا ولكنك ما أخذت المسدس معك؟ How would I carry a gun and go in the street with it?
You were scared, right?
ولكنك خايف. I hid by myself. I didn't think I would need the gun.
But you used the gun for protection, right?
ولكن الغن أو المسدس نحمله لنحمي أنفسنا.
طبعا أنا عشان كده حاطط المسدس إنما في الموقف ده أنا ما فيش في بالي آخد مسدس أنا كنت ناقل جريت
In the car, I always take it, like I said, normally with me at night if something happened to protect myself. That night, I did not think to take it with me. I was thinking there's nothing harmful.
Right. There's nothing harmful because nobody was following you.
إذا ما في شيء بيخوف لأنه ما حدش لاحق.
ثاني ما عنديش كده يعني أنا تهيؤاتي عندي مجرد تهيؤات أنا تهيألي لحد الحين.
Was I dreaming that somebody was following me then?
You tell me. You had a 9mm handgun in that car, correct?
في سيارتك كان معك 9 ملم مسدس. أنت إيه؟
أنا المسدس مكانه في البيت توسيت زي ما قلت باخده مش كل يوم باخده معايا يعني أنا always I know مسدس easier بس ما بحتاجلوش إلا لما أحطه بس عشان أخلص sometimes السيارة كده مسدس هو مش في السيارة.
Like I said, when I work at night, it has a spot between the two seats. I place it there, fearing anything would be harmful.
It's a 9mm, right? 9mm handgun.
مسدس يدوي 9 ملم صحيح؟ Yes.
So you left your girls to get slaughtered in the car.
ولفت من عندك يمثلوا السيارة. خليت من عندك يمثلوا السيارة.
ما أعرفش ممكن يطلب.
I was not aware they would be killed.
Father's job is to protect his children, right?
مهمة الأب إنه يحمي أبنائه صحيح.
بس في اليوم أنا ما جاش في اعتباري هم they would target their friends.
Certainly, for sure, but at that night, I did not think they will be harmed by their own friends.
You don't even know who was in this car behind you, do you?
ولكنك ما كنت بتعرف مين كان بالسيارة صحيح؟
بس كانت توقعات.
Yes, but I had expectation.
Expectations of what?
توقعات إيه؟
كل حد ورايا شخصية.
That somebody sent them after me personally to hurt me.
Did you love your daughters?
أكيد الأفلام اللي عندي كتابة تؤكد إن الرحلات اللي كنت بطلع بيها يعني في الفاكيشن أنا my life is unsafe على الفيديو تاعي كلها I have hundreds of
Certainly, and my trips with them, my vacation with them, the hundreds of tapes that I have with them and for them certainly proves it.
Okay. You didn't show up to their funerals.
ولكنك ما جيتش على الدفن. ما جيتش الدفن.
بسبب النيجاتيف نيوز والتغطية الإعلامية السيئة اللي هي فيها يعني.
Your Honor, actually, before he responds, given that this is going to after the, given the timing of the question that is being asked, I know that he has waived his rights in regards to this allegation here. We would assert his Fifth Amendment right in regards to the federal prosecution for flight, and this question would potentially incriminate him for that subsequent prosecution if it proceeds. But at this point, he is facing federal charges. This question elicits that type of testimony, and we would assert his Fifth Amendment right to this question at this time.
Overruled.
Yes, because of the unfair and hateful media coverage at that time.
كل تاريخ قضايا العنف الأسري كل التاريخ بتاع القضايا العنف في أمريكا لم يحدث أبدا إن في قضية تردد بهذه الطريقة النيجاتيف نيوز نيجاتيف
The coverage was negative. If you look up the history of all the crimes, or of incidents like this incident that happened with me. You wouldn't see any case that was covered the way mine was covered.
And that was more important than going to their funerals.
ده سبب عدم روحتك على الدفن؟
أكيد ما أقدرش أرجع في أي حتة لأن في هروح على الاتحاد. الاتهامات كلها بدون أي أدلة.
There was no evidence, but all the accusation was against me, and I did not go. How would I go?
You're going to sell them to Egypt to the highest bidder, right? Marry
Objection,
them off.
Your Honor. May we approach?
You may.
I don't know, you approached about something else?
Okay, come on. All right, both sides are instructed to desist from showing any emotional outbursts, either by way of speaking or bodily movements towards each other's objections. Is that understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
No issue from the state.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. You were indicted for molesting your girls, Sarah and Amina Said.
Objection, Your Honor. Under 608, this is impermissible. Under 404, it's impermissible. They have no right to start lodging these extraneous offenses against this client or against Yaser in the middle of this cross-examination. Just because they're cross-examining a defendant, that does not mean the rules of evidence dissipate. And it is wholly improper for them to get into these extraneous offenses that they fail to substantiate or provide any evidence of just because it's cross-examination.
What's the state's response?
Your Honor, it's wholly permissible. We've heard evidence that that was an allegation, and I asked him if he was indicted. I didn't ask him the manner and means.
608 requires a conviction, not
I'm
an indictment.
speaking. I didn't ask him the manner and means. And Your Honor, he can be crossed on extraneous offenses.
May I respond briefly, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Yes, if they can find an exception to the rules of evidence that are designed to allow for credible evidence and credible extraneous offenses to come in. They clearly do not understand the language of 608 or 404 and are trying to backdoor this character evidence without even meeting the requirements of those rules. 608 does not permit them to get into this, and I would object under 608, under 404, under 401, under 402, and the fact that all these allegations are based in nothing but hearsay and subsequently recanted, I would object under 801 and 802 as well, Your Honor. Furthermore, I would like to raise the Confrontation Clause issue that he does not have the ability, that we do not have the ability to cross-examine the individuals that were part of this allegation. That witness has come and gone, and it is wholly impermissible to lodge these false allegations against my client just because it's cross-examination.
All right, pursuant to 403, the court will sustain the defense's objection.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may. So the state will phrase its questions accordingly, appropriately.
Yes, Your Honor. You were violent to Amina and Sarah, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Under 404, this is impermissible character evidence. There is no evidence that has been submitted. There is no physical evidence produced in this case. There is no there's no basis for these allegations other than the state's narrative. And we would argue that under 404, this is impermissible. Furthermore, if they're going to try and get into it under 404, they cannot make an umbrella objection to those exceptions. They have to specifically identify motive, intent, plan, or whatever their choice is, but they have to identify that. They have failed to do so at any point in this jury trial in their attempts to get into this stuff. And furthermore, under 403, the prejudicial effect substantially outweighs the probative value given the nature of these allegations and the lack of evidence to support them. And I would re-urge under 801 and 802, this is impermissible hearsay or based on impermissible hearsay. And so for those reasons, Your Honor, the hearsay rules, the relevancy rules, the character evidence rules, most of the rules of evidence deem this improper for them to get into at this time, regardless of the fact that it's cross-examination. Again, the act of cross-examination does not kill the rules of evidence. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we would ask that they be limited in this attempted extraneous offense fishing expedition.
What's the state's response?
Your Honor, this is extremely relevant to this case and it is permissible under Texas Code of Criminal Procedure 3836 in all prosecutions for murder. The state or the defendant shall be permitted to offer testimony as to all relevant facts and circumstances surrounding the killing and the previous relationship existing between the accused and the deceased, together with all relevant facts and circumstances going to show the condition of the mind of the accused at the time of the offense. As for 404B, Your Honor, this goes to motive, this goes to intent, this goes to absence of a mistake, this goes to opportunity, and we believe we are allowed to ask him these questions, Your Honor, as allowed within the code.
Brief response, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
As they stated in their response to this court, to admit this evidence, it has to be based in fact. They have not produced a single witness to establish any of the facts that they are alleging. If they wanted to get into this stuff, there was a way to do it, there are the proper witnesses and there's a proper procedure, and they're trying to bypass all that and create facts to fit this case law, or excuse me, the code that they're citing. Without the facts, by their own argument, they cannot get into this. They have failed to establish those facts, and it's wholly improper. And I would re-urge all those arguments that I made earlier, and most specifically under 403, that again, the probative value substantially, the prejudicial effect substantially outweighs any probative value that can be assigned to this extraneous offense fishing expedition.
Your objection's overruled,
Thank you,
counsel.
Your Honor.
State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There was violence in your home, correct?
كان في عنف في بيتك صحيح؟
أيوة أنا كنت بتجوز بقالي حوالي 30 سنة. لا في حد من الجيران اتصل ب911 ولا في حد من عيلتي اتصل ب911. جميلي أسرة ما فيش واحد مراته اتصلت بالشرطة. أنا I never happened this happen. Where does the violence come from?
Where does the violence come from? If I've been married for 30 straight years, not a single incident where a neighbor called or any one of my family called about violence. 911, called 911 about violence.
But you threatened to kill Patricia if she did not recant the charges against you in Hill County.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object for all the same reasons as before. That is based on a hearsay statement. They have not established this as fact. They have not done the proper prove up to get into any of this. This is all them trying to create these facts to get into these extraneous offenses. There's been nothing presented to this jury that there is any truth to any of these allegations that they're trying to get in.
Your objection's overruled, counsel.
May I answer? Patricia's lying. It never happened.
Patricia's lying. So you didn't threaten to kill Patricia and tell her that you would never be found.
ما قدرناش بالقتل وإنها مش حتحققيها لو قدرتها.
هذا ما حدث إطلاقا. ما فيش واحد بيهدد واحدة في أمريكا لأن القانون بيحكي المرة هنا أكتر من الرجل.
Women are protected more than men in America. There is no such a thing. I did not do it, and who would?
Women are protected more than men in America, huh? Is that what you said?
عم بتقول النساء محميين ها؟
ما فيش مرة أمريكية بتخاف تتصل بالشرطة. ما فيش ما بيحصلش.
No American woman would fear calling the police if she was abused.
No American woman would what?
Fear calling the police or tell the police if she was abused.
What do you mean by that?
شو بتقصد؟
أقصد إن القانون في ذنبهم يعني ما فيش واحد بيهدد بتخاف تتصل بالشرطة أو على الأقل تقول لا.
Laws protect women. At least she could tell her family, for example.
Okay. Patricia left you several times, didn't she?
Patricia تركتها كذا مرة صحيح؟ Yes, and I don't remember how many times.
It was a lot of times, wasn't it?
Your Honor, first I would ask for running objection to the extraneous offense thing. I don't want to take up the court's time or interfere constantly with this. I do, but you've made your ruling. And so I'd ask for a running objection on the extraneous offense issues, and I would also raise the objection that this is way beyond the scope of direct examination, and that their line of questioning be directed at the direct examination specifically. If they want to contest anything that he said on direct examination, of course, cross-examination is the appropriate way to do that, but they're trying to get into the entire life of this, and again, for all the extraneous offensive issues, we believe that at the very least under 403, this is improper and should be prohibited by the court.
All right, your request for a run-in objection is overruled. You will object when you deem it fit, and your objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. She left you a lot, didn't she?
Not too many times, maybe maximum 2 times as far as I remember.
She always came back.
ولكنها دائما كانت تعود ترجع تاني. Meaning she was not afraid I would kill her.
She always came back because you demanded she came back, didn't you?
كانت بترجع لأنه أنت كنت بتطلب منها إنها ترجع. This is not true.
Okay, let's talk about the missing persons report that you filed. December 26, 2007, do you remember calling Louisville PD about Patricia and the girls leaving you?
إذا ديسمبر 26 2007 عملت تقرير إنه مرتك وبناتك مختفيين، تتذكر ذلك؟ I would say that true. I don't remember dates.
But you remember calling the police.
Yes, I do.
And you knew they left because they were so scared of you.
When I came home, I did not know the story, and I don't know why they left to begin with.
Well, you knew they were not harmed.
ولكنك عرفت إنه ما كانوش منأذين، يعني كانوا بخير. I called the police because I wanted to know where they were.
Right, but you knew they were not harmed.
ولكنك بتعرف ما كانوش منأذين، يعني بخير.
جوزها بجد البيت ما كانش المنى والعيال، عايز اعرف راحوا فين، لسه بالكوتش.
I'm a husband who came home, did not find my wife or girls. I had to ask where they were, simply.
You didn't call any hospitals.
First of all, I called the police.
And you asked for them to bring your girls home.
وطلبت منهم يعيدوا عائلتك إلى البيت. Definitely, I wanted to know where they were.
Because you knew they were unharmed.
لأنك عارف أنهم ما كانوش بخطر. At that time, I did not know if they fled or not fled, who they were with, or what not. So I did not know details at that time.
Going back to the night that Amina and Sarah were murdered, who picked you up from the Omni?
أمني يوم الوفاة أو الحادثة مين أخذك من الأمني؟
مين قال إن أنا كنت في الأمني؟ يعني هي جايبة القصة دي منين؟ أنا مش فاهم.
Who said I was at the Omni? I don't understand where this story came from. I wasn't at the Omni.
And you turned off your phone?
كنت في تليفونك. The phone was in the car.
And you had no plan.
وما كانش عندك خطة مخطط.
مخطط ليه؟
Why? Why would I have a plan? And what kind of plan?
Objection, not responsive, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I don't understand your question.
You said you had no specific plan, you hoped a friend would just pick you up and give you a ride.
ما كانش عندك خطة، كنت متأمل صديق ليك ياخدك ويوصلك إلى مكان ما. I never said that.
You just testified to that on direct. You said you had no specific plan, you hoped your friend would give you a ride home.
أنت قلت إنه ما كانش عندك خطة ولكن كانت يعني تتأمل إنه حد من صحابك يوصل.
حد من صحابي عشان يجيب لي في نص وسط عيوني فهي بتتكلم على أنهي منطقة.
It depends which location you're talking about.
When you ran away from the cab.
لما هربت من سيارة التاكسي.
بالظبط ما كانش عندي خطة زي ما أنا قلت بالظبط ما كانش عندي خطة.
Like I said exactly, I did not have a plan. And I was for real looking for someone I know, one of my friends.
Who picked you up?
مين وداك وصلك؟ أخذك يعني. No one, I walked by feet.
Who picked you up at the Waffle House?
الوافل هاوس. مين أخذك من الوافل هاوس؟ I never said anyone took me or picked me up from the Waffle House.
Where did you go? You didn't go home?
أنا رحت على البيت، رحت فين؟
Your Honor, we would again object and assert his Fifth Amendment right, given that this goes into the flight element of the federal prosecution. It is not relevant to the questions they're asking or after the date and time that is pertinent to this case. And because he has the pending federal issue, we would like to assert his Fifth Amendment right to not answer this question and potentially incriminate himself in that federal case.
What's the state's response?
Your Honor, this goes to his consciousness of guilt. This is relevant. I'm able to go into any area in cross-examination that's relevant to the case.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
I believe it's needlessly cumulative. They went to great lengths to show that he was found at the Justin House in 2022. What happened during that time is potentially going to expose him to additional felony prosecution, or excuse me, federal prosecution. They've established what they needed to establish in regards to that, so it would be needlessly cumulative, and also, therefore, the probative value, or excuse me, the prejudicial effect would outweigh the probative value, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your objection's overruled. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Where did you go? You didn't go to your house.
ما رحتش بيتك، رحت فين؟ I'm familiar with that area. I was hanging around in that area.
Until when?
لإمتى؟ A while. I don't remember how long.
So you just stayed at the Waffle House until 2020? You just hung out at the Waffle House?
قعدت بالوافل هاوس لحد ما دخلت السنة الجديدة 2020. Waffle House was just a stop. Then I left because I was avoiding public areas.
And then you got to the Justin House with your brother Yasin and Islam.
بعد كده رحت على البيت بتاع جاستن، انت وابنك اسلام واخوك ياسين. No, not right away.
But you ended up there. That's where you were arrested, in the Justin House.
ولكنك بعد كده رحت لجاستن هاوس واتمسكت هناك. This was after the house was abandoned and I used it.
This is where you slept, isn't that right? You see that picture there? That cot, that's where you slept?
السرير ده هو السرير اللي نمت عليه، صحيح؟
لا دي كانت ستورج غرفة بس ستورج جوه الجراج.
This was a storage room inside the garage. No.
So you slept in a bed in the house?
نمت بسرير.
شرط يعني لازم
Does it have to be a bed? Why you're asking about the bed?
I'm asking the question. Did you sleep in a bed in the house?
نمت بسرير في البيت. Sometimes I would use the couch.
Comfortable?
مريح.
Objection relevance.
Were you comfortable?
I didn't have a problem.
You didn't have a problem. You had food to eat, correct?
صحيح. I had food.
You had something to drink for nourishment?
ومشروب أيضا. حاجة تشربها. Definitely.
Air conditioning?
وتكييف. I was not using air conditioning.
Okay, so no air. So you were uncomfortable? You were hot?
إذا ما كنتش مرتاح كنت سخن. Not necessarily I was using.
Not necessarily?
ليس ضروري. Wasn't important to me.
Right. It's important that you remained hidden, right?
لكن أهم حاجة أن تكون متخبي. I never said I wasn't hiding in the house. I used the house.
You were hiding in that house, right?
كنت متخبي في البيت ده صحيح.
طول الوقت.
Not all the time.
So you went to the police? You made a statement?
رحت واعترفت بالشرطة. Wait a minute, which house you're talking about?
The Justin house, where you were found and arrested.
Justin, المكان اللي وجدوك فيه. What about the Justin house? I need to know
You
what
can't understand me now? You don't understand what I'm asking you?
Yeah. I want you to repeat the question.
Okay, so you're talking to me in English now. So you understand me very clearly, don't you?
I didn't say I don't know English. I know some English, of course.
Yeah, Your Honor, I want to object to her badgering the witness. He was ordered by this court to speak in his native tongue. English is his second language, which is why we have a translator, and it's not fair for her to sit here and beat him up for doing exactly what the court has ordered him to do.
Sustained.
I'll move along, Your Honor. You knew you were on the FBI 10 most wanted list, didn't you?
كنت أعلم أنه لدي على قائمة الفيديوهية من ضمن 10 أشخاص المطلوبين صحيح. Of course.
Because you watch the news.
إذا كنت تشوف الأخبار. Sometimes.
You had a TV.
عند التلفزيون. I'm not a big TV watcher, so sometimes.
And you said the coverage was too harsh.
وقلت ذكرت قبل كده التغطية الإعلامية كانت شديدة.
أنا بقول شوفي كل تاريخ أمريكا في قضية عنف أسري اتردد بهذه الطريقة. فكل تاريخ أمريكا.
I don't think in the entire history of America there is a case that has the coverage that my case had.
Too harsh, right?
شديدة جدا.
كان فيها عنصرية شديدة و double standard.
There was prejudice and there was double standard to it.
If you didn't kill your daughters, why did you hide for 12 years?
إذا أنا قتلت بناتك اتخبيت لمدة 12 سنة ليه؟
لأن التغطية السيئة طبيعي إن مش هيكون في فير ترايل بسبب التغطية، لأن هذه التغطية كان وراها أجندة أخرى خفية.
Because I believe behind this coverage there was a secret agenda, and then all the media was steered in a certain direction and fueled against me, that I will not get a fair trial.
Overseas.
Interpreter would like a clarification?
كانت في أجندة لتحقيق هدف سياسي overseas.
The agenda that I was talking about, maybe the agenda that was maybe put into for certain sides in the Middle East, but that's why I escaped, because I was afraid I'm not going to get a fair trial.
And you remained hidden.
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, proceed. Yaser, you don't deny that you wish that you had stayed with the girls that night. Is that right?
ما بتنكرش كنت بتتمنى بقيت مع بناتك بهداك اليوم الليلة.
بالتأكيد.
Certainly.
And you would do anything to go back and change what happened to them that night if you had the ability to do so.
وبتتمنى يرجع فيك الزمان وما بتعمل نفس اللي عملته، ما بتبقى معاهم بهداك اليوم. Definitely yes.
Yaser, did you love Amina and Sarah?
Did you?
Love Amina and Sarah.
هل حبيت أمينة وسارة؟
Look to history, look to the hundred of tears. أنا عندي مكتبة من الأفلام كلها showing this is happy family.
Look at the movies, look at the tapes. I have hundreds of tapes showing how much I loved my daughters. No one has that kind of videos with their kids.
No one did this to his family.
No one does what I did to his family.
And Yaser, you don't know what happened to those girls after you left that cab, do you?
No.
You know they were murdered, but you don't know who did this.
لو الFBI عملت شغلها هيعرفوا لكن كانوا بيدوروا على ياسر سعيد.
If the FBI did their work, they would have known. But they were looking for Yaser Said, and they did not do what they have to do.
قانون في أمريكا بيقول innocent person is innocent until proven guilty.
The United States laws say the person is innocent till he proves guilty. I was not proven guilty.
In my case, Mr. Said was guilty even if he proved innocent.
But Mr. Said is guilty even if he proves innocent.
And Yaser, I know that this is...
That's my case here.
I know that this is emotional, and I know that this is difficult. But I need you to answer this question clearly for the jury. Did you kill your daughters that night?
No, sir, I did. This is, of course, مفروض من السؤال.
Definitely not. I did not kill my daughters.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything else from the state? Further questions?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll resume at 2:10.
All rise.
Ms. Interpreter, would you state? Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and we are outside the presence of the jury. Defense counsel wants to place certain issues on the record.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go
During
ahead.
direct testimony, I believe my client was a little bit anxious and said that there were two S's in his name. There is one S, and the court brought it to my attention. So for record purposes, we just wanted to clarify that when that was stated, it is it's one S, not two. And so that's all we wanted to bring to your attention.
All right, the record will reflect.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Deputy, let's line up the jurors. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. What says the defense?
Your Honor, may it please the court and members of the jury, the defense will rest.
Thank you. Does the state rest and close?
Yes, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state closes its case in chief.
Close.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you now have all the evidence. However, you don't have the court's charge, which will give you the law that will guide you during your deliberations. You also don't have the argument of counsel, closing arguments. And so what's going to happen now is that due to the time of the day, I'm going to go ahead and release you for the day. Both parties and the court will work on the court's charge. In the morning, I will read the court's charge to you, and the parties will make their closing statements or arguments. And after that, you will begin your deliberations, okay, for the guilt or innocence stage. And I'm going to let you know right now to please pack a bag, okay? Get a few items of clothing. If you need medications, bring all your medications and whatever else you need, because you will be sequestered for the deliberations. You know, the law allows or permits jurors to be sequestered during deliberations, you know, depending on the type of case and the court's, you know, what the court thinks would be appropriate. And I think it would be appropriate in this case for you all to be sequestered during deliberations. And so pack a bag tomorrow. You will deliberate while you're here. Leave all your notes on your seats. The bailiff will keep those for you. and that's to make sure that you're not deliberating by yourselves or with each other until you have both the charge and the argument of counsel. Okay? Does anybody have a question? Yes.
Does that mean us as well?
I was going to come to that. Now, the alternate jurors will be allowed to go home, but should any of the substantive jurors become indisposed for whatever reason, then we will be calling on you from alternate number 1 through alternate number 3. Okay? So you will be standby. You still cannot discuss with each other, with anyone else, listen to the news, research on social media, or any of that stuff, okay? Any other questions?
What time would you like them back in the morning?
Yes, I was coming to that. Are there any other questions, ladies and gentlemen, before I release you for the day? Okay, please return at 9 a.m. in the morning. Not yet. We're going to look at the charge. It doesn't matter.
Copy for everybody to look
Yes, you email everybody. Have you emailed the parties? Okay, go ahead and email us the party.
at. Email it to everybody? Okay.
you.